stressed anymore. I can do this stream. But this week, though, has been super stressful.
Hi, everybody. I just started when you were in the middle of that. That's so funny. Hi, everybody. I'm not muted anymore. I realized my issue. I fixed it. Hi, Meta. Hi, everybody. I'm not greeting everybody like Cove does. So you guys just got to deal with it. I'll say hi to some people. Hi, Beryl. Oh, Percival. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. Also, like, why am I'm not centered. My OCD is not okay with this. We're just going to move Ralva over. Come join the conversation, Ralva.
You guys can't...
Do I have to?
Sorry, Mike's being weird. There you go.
Ralva is still mad at me for this piece of art that I did. Oh, I'm going to put it on top. There you go.
I'm so fucking upset. I can't believe you did that shit.
We will explain that. Because today we are talking about D&D Stories, which was something that people have been asking for a while. And I put it on my subathon back in February. And I'm catching up on my subathon stuff. I'm trying to do one each week to make sure that I can get all those prizes done for you guys. Because like you deserve it. Because you guys got me so many subs that day and I appreciate it. Beryl, thank you so much for the subscription for 1 month. I appreciate that. I'm not going to call you it, but you know what I'm going to call you later. We have like a running joke in the Discord. If you're not part of the Discord, please join the Discord. If you're not joined in there by now, I don't know what you're doing and you're a loser, and Cove agrees with that. And so you should join.
We don't.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised it took you that long to call people losers. You were fucking dancing around it for a moment there.
Nah, it's fine. It's fine. Beryl, please no. I was just telling Ralva and Cove that I'm a little nervous about this. I don't know why. I think it's because like we've been playing D&D for, oh my god. When did we start? It was
COVID.
No, it was before COVID, wasn't it?
No.
I'm checking right now. I should have had my facts, but I didn't have my facts. But because like you had the rules, we had like a Discord server that because you posted 2021. So yeah, it was during COVID, and then
Well, that's why we started online.
Yeah, because. We started online, but also it's the convenience. So like we play in Roll20, and it's kind of nice. Like I really like I love playing in person. Don't get me wrong, but sometimes like I'm like it's my day off. I don't want to go out, so it's kind of nice that I'm like okay, I can just log on, and then like it. Honestly, D&D helped me a lot through COVID. So I was just like I have a thing every week, and I don't have to leave the house. And we can be all safe. But yeah, Meta, don't say that. Yeah, it was 7 years ago that we started. But it was 7 years ago that we started with Cove's campaign, which is still ongoing, by the way, because we started with that one. And then what happened was after the second arc, Cove's like, I need some time to write the third and fourth act. So I took over as DM for a bit, and we're going to talk a little bit about the Call of the Netherdeep campaign. That's why you have all these pictures on the screen, because that campaign was significantly shorter than the 7 or like the 6 years we have to go through with Cove's campaign. And I think mine lasted like less than a year, right?
It was like 6 months, I think.
No, it was longer than 6. I want to say it was more like 8.
It was a long time. Like we thought that, but like, okay. So I was just like, I was in the middle of like, I was doing like a mini campaign for a different group. I was teaching new players how to play D&D. I was doing one shots. And then when we were like, okay, what are we going to do while Cove is kind of preparing for the next arcs and everything like that, everybody was like, why don't you DM? And I was like, no, it's okay. I don't know how to do that. And they're like, yes, you do. Like, you've literally been doing it. I'm like, but this is a campaign. Like, this is not. And like, you guys are all seasoned players. I don't know.
That's
like,
who you want to be doing campaigns for, is seasoned players.
yeah, but it's scary and intimidating as hell. Cause like, Cove, how long have you been playing D&D for?
Let's see. Originally, I first started playing in high school. That was only a couple games, though. My first game was with, Ralpha, were you in the first game? It was with...
No, I wasn't.
Right, that was with,
Thank you, Dina, for your
I
stream streak.
can't say their names.
It's okay.
I remember specifically that I was not in the first campaign because for so long you kept asking me week after week if I wanted to get involved, and I had too much going on.
Yeah, we figured it out.
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
After that, I started doing it like as a official DM. I think time sucks. I think I've been doing it for about 12 years.
Oh my god.
It was my only hobby.
Yeah.
For a very long time.
Ralva, how about you? How long have you been playing D&D for?
Actively playing D&D.
Isn't it crazy? Time is going way too quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Slow the fuck down.
Yeah, no, I want to say like 2016, 2017, somewhere around there.
See, I started playing D&D, and then I think Gabe and Lonnie, I'm just going by their game names because they're not here, but Gabe and Lonnie have played for a significantly long time too. I think Lonnie probably has played the most because I think her dad is a DM. But yeah. I only started because of Cove, actually, because it was Cove and a couple other people, including Lonnie and Gabe, that we met in college. And Cove can attest to this. I was super shy back then, and I still am in some instances. But like they were like the cool. I felt like they were the cool kids, and I was like, I don't know if I could be a part of the cool kids. But that's how I felt. That's how I felt. I was just like, I can't hang out with these fun, cool people. And then this is my idea of like cool. I'm like, oh, they play Dungeons and Dragons. They're so cool. Like that's how I felt. But like it was other stuff too. So they kept inviting me to go have dinner with them after class and everything. And then I remember they were talking about D&D stories, and then they're like, Celty, have you ever played D&D? I'm like, no, but I always wanted to. And they're like, we can teach you. I'm like, no, that's okay. And they're like, no, that's what D&D is for. D&D is to share. So that's how I got into D&D. Yep. And I went through some like really short games, like a lot of the time. And I think you guys realize this as well as probably chat does, is like games fall apart so easily because of people's lives and schedules and everything like that. And so I was just like, oh crap, I didn't feel like a player quite yet because I was just like, I'm not good at this game. Like I just didn't have any consistency. And Cove's campaign, this one was like the most consistent that we've ever had.
Oh, it's the most consistent campaign I've ever had.
Yeah, because like we meet up every Wednesday almost. Like there's several times that we couldn't. Like people are on vacation or like things come up and stuff like that. But like what? Celty Cove, Ralva might miss messages. Please be patient.
Thank you, Meta.
Thank you. I will go back into messages too. But yeah, Shy, thank you so much for the stream treat. Hi. But yeah, I really wanted to get into it. Like I came from a family where there was no nerds. like I was the only nerd, and like I was the only one who like watched anime and watched old cartoons and read a lot. And then my mother didn't know anything about that. My sisters didn't know anything about that stuff. And then I was like, I really like the idea of D&D, and I did RP stuff online, like all this really geeky things. But like I was just like, the pinnacle of the nerd I cannot attain. So like now we have this, and I think I've developed a lot of confidence of being a player. I still haven't played a magic user much, but RP'd. Yeah, don't think about it that way. RP'd meaning like I went on these forum sites and like you pretended to be a character. Like think about like there was like these old like sites where it's like this is Hogwarts and you get to be a character and your character interacts with another character.
The Harry Potters.
Yeah.
Christ.
So, things like that. And then so I went back and forth. Like I was a huge avid writer, and we met in writing class, so in a writing course. So that's how that kind of began.
All the lore.
But okay, so I guess I can just jump right into it. We can just jump right into the. So I did this campaign, called the Netherdeep Critical Role campaign, because it was gifted to me on my throne, which was awesome, and I was like super excited to play it. And I was like, okay, like this would be really awesome, and it's really well written for the most part. I have qualms with it. We can talk about that a little bit later, but I wrote in the corner that there's spoilers for this, obviously. So if you want to play this game, and you want to listen to us, not my fault. Like you chose to be here. That is your own free will. So, but like the summary of the game is like, it's an adventure that takes you from level 3 to 12. Or wait, that's not right. Google lied to me. It was like level 16 or something.
I think that's correct.
No, wasn't it wasn't it higher than that?
No,
No.
we went to level 13, and then we did a side thing that got us up a level.
Oh, I'm gonna check.
Oh.
No, level 13. Okay, it's right. Google. Okay, you've been forgiven. But it's based in the world of Exandria, which is like from Critical Role.
I was so excited to play in there.
Yeah. But it focuses on it focuses on themes of heroism, underwater horror, redemption, and it's centered around like a forgotten hero that's trapped in this dark interdimensional prison, which is obviously called the Netherdeep. But the campaign basically starts in Jigao, where the players, which are, I was the DM, Cove was Tavern, which you can see in the top corner. Their beautiful art of the Dream Chasers. And
Let's see if I can do the voice.
Yeah.
Because we can introduce our characters.
Yeah, you introduce your character.
If I have to talk as Fix, I'm going to lose my voice again.
I know, but you don't have to. You don't have to do it the whole time. Just say hi. My name is Fix, and I am an alcoholic. No, I'm joking.
I just have to get the. My voice was really similar, but it was. Oh, my name is Tavern. It was. I can't do a voice on.
No, I know.
I literally said the idea.
No, it's fine.
My name is Tavern. I was an eloquence bard trained in a tavern by my very uncreative family.
Cove's cutting out. What do you mean Cove's cutting out? They're not cutting out. You're cutting out. They're fine.
My microphone is being really weird right now. Like I was trying to adjust it on the desk.
It's fine.
And now it's picking up every sound possible.
Okay. But yeah, I love Tavern. Tavern was based, like, you really wanted to have like an optimist character, like a very happy-go-lucky, like everything positive. Everybody's my friend character.
I can share.
Yeah, go ahead.
Tavern.
This is share time.
Yeah, Tavern was the face of the group.
Tavern was definitely the face. The tavern was also like I was going through a very dark period of my life. I was really struggling with some stuff leading up until this campaign. So I wanted to do like an absolute optimist. Like a character who like if anyone has seen like one of the inspirations for Tavern as a character was Wander Over Yonder, which is a very good cartoon, but the premise of the show is that it is about an eternal optimist traveling the universe, helping people.
Yeah.
Kind of very Doctor Who-esque, but with like no darkness whatsoever. And so I wanted to bring that energy into a character because I needed to be not myself for a little bit.
Which was kind of
And
like,
Tavern
it's
was
therapeutic.
so good. It was so therapeutic. Like I felt myself becoming more of a positive person because I was able to step into the mindset of an optimist, which I still struggle to be a lot of the times. But no, Tavern's one of my favorite characters I ever got to play.
Man, I do not say that Wander Over Yonder is an oldie. Jesus Christ.
It was funny though because there was times that like you as Tavern would be like, like there was like just a quick thing, but like there was a time where you're like, I know this woman is lying and I want to call her out and I want to like I want to punish her or something like that, and you're like, Tavern would not, and I can't do that, damn it.
Yeah, we had to do that a bunch of times to
There was
like
a couple
help you
times,
like
like,
course correct.
We're like, Cove Tavern would not do this, and you're like, right, that's true.
I'm like, as a DM, I am the nicest, kindest,
No.
most generous.
No.
Yes.
Sometimes you are.
I've given you so many swords.
You
shut the
broke
fuck up.
my sword and broke my weapon, and I had to get it back. But we'll talk about that later.
I was gonna say, she's not responsible for your questionable decisions.
She is. She's the DM. She's God in the game.
You swung the sword at an anti-magic creature.
Anyway, fix as Ralva, do you want to do your voice like you did? Just say hi like as Fix, and you don't have to do it the whole time. Oh my god.
I'm Fix. I hate everyone. I'm a raging alcoholic, and I may have ironically created Kobold Rick.
That's true.
Holy shit! Did we ever we never realized that?
No,
during
I
the
did.
game?
I did immediately.
No, we did early on.
Cobalt Rick.
Because like Fix is
It
in the
wasn't
giant
intentional. It just
mecha.
happened.
But like it was so and it's I'm gonna just say this now. Unintentionally, and like even like as a like you're not even streaming yet, but you have become dad or mom in every game, in every setting. Like Ralva has become like he was like the grumpy old dad in as Fix, and then you'll see Amaka later became mother, and then now you're an owl dad.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I love Fix. Fix is probably one of my favorite characters that I've seen. Like just like he was so I can't even describe him. But like you'll see him more like as we talk about like certain stories and everything.
He's so much fun just because of how much of an yeah, he's so much fun just because of how much of an abrasive motherfucker he is. But like
character pronouns. We'll go through that.
Character pronouns, yeah.
Yeah, you guys can introduce your pronouns.
Oh, Tavern was he them.
Yeah.
Fix is he him.
Yeah. And then Seema
I
was
was playing a boy.
Seema was she, her, and I believe Garble was he, him as well. But yeah, those are the pronouns.
Seema was aggressively she, her.
Yeah, aggressively.
Yeah.
And as you guys kind of notice in the corner, there's a little token in the corner. That is not Cove's art. But it is the token. I need to commission you to draw it on.
I half finished it, but it kept getting interrupted.
But I played later on, in like the second part of the Call in the Netherdeep. I played Tagon, which was Seema's on and off again X. And it was so funny. Oh my god, I'm gonna write down that story too. The drink thing that shocked everybody. but I'll talk about that a little bit later. But like, it was kind of, the campaign was kind of divided into, and I found this like premise on Google, but like it was the call. So the campaign begins in a festival in Jigao, which was really fun because like you guys got to do like a bunch of different games and win prizes and everything.
We were good at that festival.
Yeah, that was so fun. And then players discover a powerful artifact, the Jewel of Three Prayers, and receive visions of Elixion, a long-forgotten champion, or the Apotheon.
Discover, air quotes.
Yeah, from the Ancient Calamity War. And I am going to pause here because I need to divulge something. And they know this too. So this is, again, reminding you, this is my first campaign as a DM. I've done one-shots. I've done like one-shots that like extended to like 5 sessions and blah, blah, blah. This is my first campaign. These seasoned players ruined the campaign in one session. And me as the DM, I panicked. I was like, what do I do? And there was literally a moment that I was like, guys, can we pause for a second? I need like 5 minutes.
Could you please go back into the room?
It was just like, no, please go back. The plot needs you to go back.
No, I was just like, wait, I'll figure this out. And I was like, can you guys just give me 5 minutes? And I turned off my mic and I turned off my headphones. And I remember I paced around my bedroom, like, and I was like literally like gripping my hair, like, what am I supposed to do? They literally debunked the campaign in the first session. What do I do? And to be fair, when I explained it to them after, they were like, oh, that was a mishap. Like, that was such a miss on what was supposed to happen, because I'm just gonna flip to it quickly, but
wasn't it there was a shark?
Yeah,
we were supposed to fight the shark.
Yes. So
and in fighting the shark, reveal something.
Yeah,
be a little vague.
Yeah, I can. But well, no, I said there's spoilers. There's spoilers, warning at the top of the screen. But like, I don't remember.
What did we do to the shark again? Because I know that we.
I remember it specifically. I remember it. So when they were playing all these games, it might have been like the second session, I think, but they were playing all these games at the festival and winning these prizes. And at the very end, they had to go through this race through what was called the Emerald Grotto, and they had to race against this other team. And you guys didn't even just be like, okay, we're gonna like take it slow. Like, you guys went full throttle, like, I'm gonna cast this spell and I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna cast, like, you did everything and got such a lead over the other people that like it ruined the race, because I was like, they will never catch up to you now. There was supposed to be like pauses of like, if they roll this, then the other team gets like a little bit ahead and everything, right? So at the very end, this is what went wrong, is that they were supposed to get this item from around the shark's body, and the people of Jigao animal charmed this shark to get it into this area, and put the medallion around them. And they were supposed to grab the medallion and then race back to the beginning. That was the whole premise. What they did is they animal charmed it, and which seems great, right? They animal charmed it, and then they got the item, and then they left. And I was like, wait a second. This doesn't make any fucking sense, because they were supposed to fight and defeat the shark. And the shark was supposed to flail around and like in pain and everything like that, and then bash into a wall and then reveal an underwater temple, basically, that they find this Jewel of the Three Prayers. And
the tavern didn't want to hurt the shark.
Yeah, you didn't want to hurt the shark. And to be fair, this was written badly. This part in particular was written badly because they animal charmed the shark in there. Why can't you animal charm the shark out of this situation? But then I was like, how am I going to make this wall crumble down? They did this. Like, they just They just ruined the campaign. Like they're supposed to find this item, and this item is supposed to start their quest. Like, what am I supposed to do? So I literally paused it, and they're like, "Oh no!" And I'm like, "Guys, you ruined the campaign. Give me a second." And you're like, "Wait a second, how?" And I ended up like, I was like, okay, I'm gonna get like SEMA. I'm gonna get like Tavern to re-roll, and also fix. Like, I was getting like everybody to re-roll for like a perception check, and then I think that I was just like, you guys feel like calling to the other room or something like that. And then as you go into the other room, then the wall started to crumble a little bit and then slowly revealed it. Something along those lines. But I was like, I need this wall to open and you guys are just fucking leaving. What am I supposed to do? Also,
in our defense, we didn't know this is where the campaign started.
Yeah, no, but
Yes.
like it's dumb that they wrote down, hey, animal charmed into this chamber. And then you guys are like, yeah, animal charm. And I was like, no, don't do that. Like, that's not... They should have had something, if they animal charm, do this. Because they already wrote that down. They already were aware that could be a thing.
I believe I used animal handling, not
Yeah,
animal
okay, sorry.
charm.
No,
Still.
yeah, same thing. But, like, it's just like, dude, also, Seti, one thing you need to know, every single published module as a DM, the one criticism every DM has for them is universal. Your players will find one thing the book doesn't account for, and yeah, I accounted for that. I didn't think it was going to happen in session 1. Like, that's what...
I think I have a vague recollection of like you telling us all to fucking pause for a month so you could figure shit out.
Oh, I was panicking. I was sweating.
Yeah, and I was just... I remember. I think I was laughing, being like, we did it. We set a new record. We broke the campaign on the second session.
I was so upset. I was like, oh no, because like, it's one thing where it's like, okay, you could have like another person be like, hey, I'm gonna give you a quest, like in any other campaign, but like you literally needed to find this artifact to continue the campaign, or like start the campaign. So like they find this artifact, the Jewel of Three Prayers. And then they are supposed to go on this journey to travel across the wasteland to Bazozan to investigate the Betrayer's Rise, which has like a bunch of stuff about the Apotheon's past in it. And then you also did a journey to continue towards Ankarel, which was this desert oasis city.
So exciting.
Yeah, it was such a pretty city. I had such beautiful maps, but like there was a person who did like posted all these gorgeous maps online, and I used them, and they were, you guys can attest, like they were beautiful.
Oh yeah.
No, they were really nice.
I have the same program that person has. No idea how they made some of those maps.
They probably took hours on it. But then the journey continues and you kind of align with like factions of the city in order to get to the sunken ruins of Kalmaro, which is basically the underground like ruins of the Great Calamity, the Great War between like the Betrayer gods and the other gods.
It wasn't until I played in that universe did I realize how much stuff I picked up from my world from Critical Role without knowing it.
See, I'm the only person in this group that doesn't watch Critical Role, so I went completely blind into the setting.
I'm so behind. I watched like the first season of like their first show, and then
Gotta at least watch Vox Machina.
Yeah, I at least watched like the first season of that, but like I have so many shows to catch up on. But then you guys also discovered rudium, which was a strange red corrupting mineral that empowers gear but also threatens your mind. And then you guys
did not use that.
Yeah, no, you did not. You guys were
we
afraid of
avoided
it.
that thing like the plague.
And then you guys went into the Netherdeep. But the cool thing about this campaign is that you guys had rivals, which I have put a picture underneath the spoilers in the corner. You guys had rivals since the beginning that weren't, you guys didn't really treat them as rivals, but they were kind of like, they were has strong opinions about them.
We treated them like the disaster-prone children that they were. Like, for context, when we first were introduced to the rivals as a group, it was during the foot race. And our first action in the foot race was we climbed onto Fix's robot. We cast Expeditious Retreat. We cast
Longstrider.
Longstrider, and was given Bardic Inspiration. Like, we took off. Like, we schooled the rivals to such a degree that we never respected them, except for Maggie and DuPont. Or DuPont?
No, Dermont.
Dermont,
yeah.
So I'll
respected
introduce
those
them.
two.
Gal got better later on, but like we didn't think about him at all at the beginning.
Yeah. So you guys will see in the corner, we have Maggie, who's an orc. Dermont.
We can love Maggie. She's an ogre.
Yeah, she's
ogre.
an ogre.
Yeah,
She's not
sorry,
an orc. She's an ogre.
She's super rare.
Yeah, she's an ogre.
She was a reawakened ogre.
I'm gonna pull it up so I can describe them easily. Because I have the book right to you. I would love to do this campaign again with some people, but now I'm giving away all the spoilers. But like, they had Maggie, who was an ogre, but she was really sweet and she was very wise for an ogre.
She was the only one on that group that had any brain.
Yeah, like she's like very.
Every time they did something stupid, Maggie was the one that'd be like, "Hey, maybe we shouldn't do this obviously stupid."
Again, to be fair, it was her and Dermont. They were they collectively had the entire brain of that team, and then, well, things happened.
Yeah, and then we have Dermont, who is a goblin, and a cleric. And you guys really liked him because he was very soft-spoken, but like very strong. Yeah, he was very and then he also
He's a good dude.
You guys liked Dermont a lot because he kind of balanced out Io, which you guys don't like.
Fucking hate Io so much. She is an idiot. She is an impulsive moron.
For the multiple injuries they all had.
Io is the water genasi. And she was kind of their leader, but she was also very impulsive and very headstrong of like and she wanted to like be a hero, but like she also had like Dermot and Maggie to kind of like balance her out with her temper and balance her out with like her impulsiveness.
Can I just quickly insert something about Io really quick?
I think that's her job, Ralpha, is to insert
stuff.
No, that's fair. It's just like I'm just trying to find openings. But it's like, fucking Fix and Io, the entire campaign had like a massive just hate going on.
Oh yeah, they
just
got
absolute despisal for one another because like again, Io, very idealistic, very impulsive, very Russian, figure shit out later. Meanwhile, like, Fix was very kind of like, Fix is very calculating. He's very like prep first, then deal with shit later. And he had no tolerance whatsoever for that kind of impulsive nonsense. So the two of them would regularly butt heads whenever they ran into each other.
And then adding Seema on top of that.
Oh,
Seema
they
would
clash.
Demolish them.
Yeah.
Every time they tried to do something, Seema would be like, "Are you serious? Is this your plan? Is this?"
Yeah, and that's how you talk to.
Rip them apart.
Oh, Seema, every time she was in an argument with anyone, she just immediately gunned for maximum emotional damage.
Like, there was a time that Seema walked into Bazozan and they had like they were like, "Oh, we're trying to help all the warriors who are like injured at like this nursing station basically." And Seema goes in there and she's like, "You are doing everything wrong. Everything's wrong in here." And she'd go around, she's like, "Where's your schedule? Where's your..." Like she fixed up the place. And
didn't Seema and Tavern end the campaign by going back to the medical tent?
Yeah, dude, like
to make sure it's still
Yeah. But then we also had who honestly, like, I loved playing as him. I loved playing as Galsared, which was the drow. And he was very very like flirtatious, as well as like kind of laid back, and tried to calm things down a little bit, but he was very playful in a way. But then as the campaign went on, he got very, very serious and focused.
He became a sad boy.
Well, he became,
did.
yeah.
Well, I mean, not nearly as much of a sad boy
as Irvin.
The other one. Irvin.
As Irvin, yeah.
So Irvin is the human guy, is the human there. And like he became really sad because like later on in the campaign he lost his arm. Like,
Io lost his arm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's be straight.
But also they didn't find this out until like the end of the campaign, and I kind of did a debrief. Major spoiler, but Irvin, in this world of Exandria, there is rebirth basically under like the goddess here. And
check out Mighty Nine season 1.
Exactly. If you want to know more about that, but they were reborn, and they used to be a bugbear, and they got reborn as a weak human, and they were like, oh, I like, they had to adjust to that, and that's why they were so insecure. But also, you guys were not focused on that, like the mystery of that. You guys were more focused on the fact that Irvin had a crush on Galsared.
Well, that, and the other thing we were really focused on, and let's face it, we're right. The picture makes him look like Shaggy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He looked like live action Shaggy.
I had to change their.
All we could think of.
I changed their artwork, their icons in the game, because like I was like, this doesn't really matter. Like Galsared looks so stoic in that picture, and I was like, no, he needs to look a little bit more playful. So I looked up pictures because I'm not a fast drawer like Cove is, and we were mid campaign. Yes, you are fast.
You are fast.
Shut the fuck up. But yeah, like looked up pictures just like I did with Tagon, but I'm gonna get into Tagon later because yeah, the shark fail was just like I can't believe the shark fail. That was so bad.
Do you know what the fuck?
What? What the fuck? But you guys had some funny moments, like leading up to, kind of like in the traveling of, from like across the wasteland to, Bazozan. I remember like Seema.
Oh, we never got revenge on those thieves.
Yeah, you guys got stopped by some thieves, and Seema was just like, I'm not paying this. Absolutely not.
Well, Seema also demanded to speak to their manager.
Yeah.
Which was very fun.
God, wasn't there like we were going through a canyon, and it was like we got held up by like 3 dudes on horses, and they were like, well, maybe you should just pay us, and we were like, well, why? And then like suddenly they were like 50 fucking dudes, and it was like, oh.
I have memes that we'll go through after. We could talk about the memes as well. But because we had like a meme channel, and highly suggest if you have a D&D campaign going, make some memes, because it's so much fun to do.
Yes.
But there was like, for example, the stairs thing that Ralva brought up.
Stairs.
So there was also these little moments like what was it? So Irvin is a rogue, and he was trying to spy on you guys because you guys were being very secretive about the Jewel of 3 Prayers, and not giving them a lot. You weren't giving them a lot of info, and they were like, "There's something that happened to them." Like they started getting like a little bit of visions too, because I wanted to tie them to the plot, and then they went to go spy on you, and then you guys were chasing after them to kind of demand to know what they were like doing there, and then Grovel went up to someone's house and went up to their door politely knocked this this Grovel going up to this door and knocked. It was just like, can I use your stairs to get to the roof? your house so I can chase Herfin across the roof. As the DM,
the occupants were just like, no.
Yeah, as the DM, I was just like, no, you can't use my stairs. Like, who are you? It's like, I just need to use your stairs. She's like, you need to leave now. And then, like, from the inside of the house, you can hear her be like, do not answer the door. Some weirdo wants to use our stairs. There's so many great moments like that. But, like, I'm trying to think, like, should I just go into the memes? We should just go into the memes. And then we can explain some of them from the
the sooner we go into the memes, the more unhinged things are going to get.
Yeah, but like I'm just trying to bring them up. Oh, that's the chains. I organized them.
Okay, real quick. What was the name of the city that we traveled across the waste to? From Jagao. I'm blanking on it.
What was it? Sorry?
Where the gate and stuff is.
Oh, the Betrayer's Rise.
Yeah.
No, yeah, but that's the thing. What's the city it's in?
Bazzoxan.
Right.
Here's one meme. There's the stairs. Oh, I love the stairs, but it was so good.
It's like we're in the middle of a fucking heated chase, and just that shit happens.
There's this one about like the sharks, because I remember in Jagao, you guys also did like a swimming race, and I don't know what it was. Like there was like a sign that was in Jagao that I made because it's like, okay, there was a shark attack or something like that, and then you guys made the joke. It's like, how many shark attacks are there here? And I was like, oh, like if you roll a perception check, and then you roll the perception check, I'm like, there is a sign that says it's been 0 days since the last shark attack or something. And we just made that as part of the plot.
We were just like, oh no.
Okay, this is when you guys got with the thieves that you guys were talking about. Oops, I didn't mean to move Cove. Sorry, Cove. You're like, don't move me.
Cove's
this one
shuffled around.
It's because you guys ran into some bandits, and then they were like, okay, pay us 25 gold pieces to get by us. And I think Seema was like the one, and like Tavern was the one who were just like, oh, yeah, we can pay. But as soon as they said what the price was, that's when you guys were like, absolutely fucking not. Like, that's a ripoff.
Specifically Seema.
Yeah.
Specifically Seema. Seema went absolutely ballistic.
Yeah.
That was when she started demanding to speak to their manager.
Yeah. If you guys want to know Seema energy, this meme kind of like sums it up.
It's like we're getting mugged by pretty much.
Yeah.
It's like we're getting mugged by like 50 people in the middle of the fucking desert, and then there's Seema over here, and she's throwing a shit fit over the price that we're being asked to pay.
Well, like, there's a reason for it, and I think it's a really funny, kind of very D&D reason. Was like, as Ralva said, like, they haven't watched like Critical Role, and our friend who was playing Seema has also.
They have, right? So.
Yes, they have, but not fully. They've only watched a little bit of season 1 and a little bit of Vox Machina. So when you told them, oh, we're playing in a kingdom of Drow, she thought we were playing in Mesobarazon.
Mm-hmm.
Like classical Forgotten Realms Drow. So she built Seema as like a modern day Drow who is like, all men are lesser, everyone needs to obey her, a full matriarchy, and absolute, like, the power of the Drow people.
I loved her relationship with Tavern, though, because, like, she was only soft with Tavern because they were, like, childhood friends. So she's like, everybody is I can't stand them and I can't deal with this. And then Tavern's be like, are you okay? And she'd be like, yes, I'm okay, Tavern. It's okay.
Holy shit. That was an opportunity for a meme that we completely missed. We should have done one where it was like the Gordon Ramsay meme where it's like dealing with Tavern. Oh no, gorgeous. Dealing with anyone else, you fucking donkey.
Yeah, no, we have a similar one like that I saw for the other campaign, which we'll go into too. But
no, this is essentially like I was playing a drow from Critical Role, so very like liberated, very kind of like elevated in this kind of calm, peaceful race, which is how they're kind of depicted in campaign 2 of a Critical Role. And so we had one person playing a classic drow and someone playing a modern drow.
Yeah.
And I just thought that was very fun because we essentially had it like we kind of retconned and fixed it to essentially like her family is very traditional. So
but they were like very kind family.
Drow.
It's a very kind family.
They had just traditional drow traditions.
Yeah. I like the pair-offs too because Tavern was with Seema and then Grovel was with Fix. And that you guys had an interesting dynamic too. Like you guys were like, I mean, like I have a picture of kind of like hold on. I think this describes your relationship with Grovel. Where is it?
I'm curious.
I think you made this one.
Bye, Faith. Yeah, no, that's accurate.
This was like the kind of because like Grovel rode on top of your mecha a lot too. Like it was just like it was a thing. Oh, that's a meme too. Here you go.
Yes, die trash. God, that it really was that, except infinitely more adversarial.
Yeah, because Grovel was a very unhinged character too. Grovel played as oh my god, like it was like a based off of a kobold in like what was it?
They were based. The concept for Grovel, because I helped them make it, was that they were at one point 3 kobolds in a trench coat.
Yeah.
Like that was the scam they used to run. That him and his brothers, they used to kind of were kind of scam artists and that. But when they pickpocketed, I believe it was a wizard. Essentially, the outcome was a big fight, and essentially his brothers died.
Yeah.
Their souls kind of got linked to him, leading to his like haunted one background. And essentially, so it was now 3 kobolds in a kobold.
Yeah.
So he was this kind of chaotic character with these 3 minds constantly arguing and fighting inside him.
Yeah, all three brothers constantly arguing inside the brain, but like only one of them actually has control over what the body is doing.
This kind of sums up your guys' relationships as I pull up this meme. All the memes. This one.
That was such a good one.
Always the dad.
End up being the group parent. It happens every time.
It's so true, though.
Because there's, actually, I was about to say, because the Strixhaven campaign, you also kind of became the parent.
Kind of, yeah.
You were the straight man to all the chaos.
Okay.
Meta.
Also, there was
God.
No, it's 56 now. It keeps going up.
No.
Does it keep going up?
I don't know. It's just a joke now. But there was also a part like you guys went from Jagao and you guys had the 3 prayers and you had this vision of Elixion, so this trapped hero in like the Netherdeep, and he was like, please come help me, I need help. And then obviously Tavern's like, we need to go help him, like, because you were such a good person. And you guys kind of were like, yeah, like, we'll go. Seema was a little bit apprehensive, and I think Fix was too. And Grovel was like, yeah, sure, there's gonna be like gold on the way, because he was a rogue, and he's like, yeah, I'll go. And you guys went across went across the wasteland, and you guys stopped at the caravan stop. And anybody want to tell me what this was about? Because I remember, but
oh, yeah. Caravan. I remember it. I remember the caravan. It's just like the fact that it's like in the middle of us buying supplies for no reason whatsoever. Grovel's just like, I'm gonna rob them blind.
And then rolled so bad.
They got arrested, and I was like, I guess you guys have to go on without them.
That was the moment in the campaign we realized that our rogue had a 5 in stealth and sleight of hand.
But not only that, because Tavern, you'll learn why Tavern was the face of the campaign, is like Tavern's persuasion was so high that Tavern went up to the guards and was just like, he doesn't know what he's doing. Like, he's just having, like, we have to take care of him. I'm sorry I wasn't watching him. Like, did this whole thing.
Pretended to be his day nurse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love this one, though. This was the caravan stop. Okay, this is my fail, and also something as a DM that, like, you guys can just, if you're a DM and somebody wants to, like, grill an NPC who has nothing to do with it and doesn't even really have a character, you default. So they went up to this guy who was giving out soup. And, like, if they drank the soup, then they got, like, an inspiration point. Like, it was, like, that's the only thing that was written in the book. But you guys just started grilling him of why he was giving out soup. Like, you were like, what is in the soup? And you were getting so mad at him. And then I just defaulted basically to this. And I just said, I'm just cooking. I just kept repeating. It's just like,
why were we mad at him?
You guys were just very suspicious about him.
I can't remember. For the life of me.
But, like, you guys were just like, why are you doing this? And I was like, I'm just cooking. And it's just like, but, like, there's so much soup. I'm just cooking. And I just kept repeating it.
I feel like Seema probably kicked off the interrogation.
Oh, I think didn't Suma like instruct and tell them that they weren't charging money and that was suspicious? And that they should.
Yeah, I think it was that.
That sounds like something Seema would say.
Yeah. This is something that, like, oh, did I not get that one? No, I did. Good. So you guys went from the caravan stop to Bazozan because you had to go to, basically, you needed to go to the Betrayer's Rise, which was this huge temple dedicated to the Betrayer gods, which were a huge part of the calamity that happened in the world of Exandria. And you guys needed to investigate like what Elixion's tie was to the calamity, because you guys were like, it was a long time ago. Like, he was giving you guys hints, and like you guys were like, okay, we need to travel this way. And I know this is one of your favorite memes, Ralva, and one of your favorite things. You're not allowed
to provide any context for it. You are not allowed to provide any context for it. This is one of the most unhinged things I've ever made.
Yeah, no, this one.
That's right.
Nobody's allowed to have context for this.
You're not allowed to have context. You're just not going to explain it on the explaining stream?
No.
But you
no,
you have to.
No, everyone must be left mystified.
What about this? Can you explain this? I think it was just that I showed a map. I will explain this one. I won't explain the wall, but I'll explain this one, because on the map, I was like, okay, and I started labeling things on the map, and you're like, what the fuck is this sacrifice engine?
It's a reasonable question. If you see a map of a city and there's something in the city called the Sacrifice Engine, you're gonna look at it and be like, what the fuck is that shit?
Yeah, welcome to town. Come see our fountain. We have a great theater over there. The Sacrifice Engine has been cleaned. It's like, you're gonna have a follow-up question.
Yeah, it's gonna be like, wait a minute, hold up, go back a sec.
Here, I'll go back to the other one. Where'd it go? Yeah, there you go. Gayhold Barracks, Ready Room, and Sacrifice Engine wall.
One of the labels was just the word wall.
I know, but I'm not allowed to explain it properly. Because,
no, you're not. You're not.
Apparently, I'm not
You're not allowed
to
explain anything about it.
For 1,000 bits, I will explain it. No, I'm joking. Don't do that. No, that was great. Oh, ads started? Okay, we'll wait for a little bit. But that was so funny. Or maybe we explain it during the ads. No, that would be so mean. Oh god, I'm like looking at these memes. Just waiting.
Perfect label for what it does.
I'll just read through the comments. That makes sense to me. I'm trapped at work with the rest of the time. I don't see the problem. What the problem is, the Sacrifice Engine is perfectly labeled for what it does. The whole, wait, what do you mean the Sacrifice Engine? It was so funny. I feel bad. I want to wait for people to join us, so I'm going to wait a little bit. 10 gifted subs to each of them. No. Rava's not even streaming yet.
But I'm working on it.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Got technical problems.
Yeah, because you're on Linux, that's why, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even, whatever.
I keep having friends. Like, Elk has done it. Marina has done it. When they're like, we're going to get you on Linux. I'm like, I struggle with basic technology.
Randomer, don't fucking do it.
You are not touching my computers.
Yeah, I need, the thing is, like, I need Marina's help to get shit sorted, but, like, she's really sick right now, and I don't want to bother her.
Thank you for the 500 bits, Randomer, you motherfucker.
Stop being mean to Randomer.
No, Randomer likes it. That's why they do that. Okay, this goes into so you guys went into, yeah, and that's why I'm starting again. That was why, then you guys went into, the Betrayer's Rise, which is like, it was like basically a dungeon crawl. But
it was a very fun, aggravating dungeon.
It was awesome. I actually, like, that was one of my favorite dungeons.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed that dungeon.
I don't know what this one's from, but I think it's funny.
I miss the fire lady.
Seema investigating after the fight. Roll for initiative.
Nope.
I don't know what that was. Oh, wait. Was that still in the desert? I did not install it
by accident. It was not an accident. But yes, the meme is very good.
Yeah. But then you guys went into the Betrayer's Rise. And then... Oh, I need to explain this. Okay, so this part of Seema's past is that, and part of like Exandria is that if you are born on the night of a red moon, you're considered cursed. And
check out Critical Role Campaign 3 for more details.
But Seema,
do you just have all this shit memorized?
But
I love Critical Role. I'm a whole season behind.
When you guys
hard to watch, it's 3 hours long.
But when you guys were creating your characters, this was amazing because I told you guys a little bit of the backstory because not everybody watches Critical Role, and I was like, okay, this is what here and this is this, and like this is what the setting is like, and that there's like rebirth, like there's like also like the moon of ill omen, which is Rudius, which is the red moon that acts really strangely, like it flickers in the sky, it's red, nobody goes out, nobody makes big decisions on that day because it's like nobody starts an adventure on that day because it's considered cursed, and like if you're born on that, you're kind of fucked. But like Seema had like this really good upbringing family where she's like, I'm the fucked one. And then her family's like, sister, can I help you with something? She's like, you're just trying to say I'm incompetent. Like she just took everything negatively from her family. And she always thought like it was just a running joke in her campaign that like she thought everything was because of the red moon. But then it tied well to the campaign because the red moon was tied into this campaign. It had to do with like the hero Elixion, who was also born under the red moon, who was also impacted by that. And like Rudius, which was like the cursed metal, had like a resemblance to the cursed moon. So like there were so many intertwining things. So of course during their adventures through the Betrayer's Rise, there was stuff about the red moon. Like so. And I think this was a meme that you made, Ralva.
If it's the one I think it is. Yeah.
There was that one. There's a couple moon ones though. There's that one.
We've talked about it a couple times, but it was really cool, like by pure accident, how we built our characters for that campaign.
Oh my god, it fits so well.
We kind of became genuine chosen ones.
Yeah, like you guys literally, it tied so well with like I remember I did the speeches at the very end and like how well like your characters like adjusted to it. I'm just trying to pull up, there's another moon one somewhere. Where is it? Sacrifice Edge just makes me laugh every time. Here's another one of Grovel and like there's so many of Grovel and Fix because that was such a funny relationship. There's this one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where is it?
No, that was such a fun campaign.
Oh yeah, I wish I could do it again. Like, there were so many things I would fix, right? There was this one. That's the one. That I made. Not everything is about the moon.
Everything was about the moon.
It was.
It did. Yeah. We tried to ignore it for as long as we could, but like everything was in fact about the moon.
Seema was proven right every single time.
Oh, this was like when you guys were like trying to get in. You guys, like when you guys opened the Betrayer's Rise, you were like, oh, we finally got the door open. And then a bunch of Gloomstalkers escaped. You're like, wait a second. And you had to fight them all. Yeah. There was, I'm surprised we don't have a meme of this, but do you guys remember, I mean, you guys could talk about I could talk a little bit about like the more blood thing, because as a DM, you kind of have to, one of the best rules is like the rule of fun. So like, even if there's going to be a cool fight and everything like that, don't pressure them into it if they find a different way. So they walked into this room. There's so many different rooms in the Betrayer's Rise that were to do with like all the different betrayer gods. And there was one room that you guys walked into where the premise was like, you walk in and there's two ogres bathing in blood. And
I remember this.
When you guys walk in there, they're supposed to take notice of you, and they're supposed to make the blood rise out of these baths and start flowing around the room. And basically this blood is on like boiling hot. So like you guys would have rough terrain and be burning, and it was supposed to be a really cool fight. And then you, Tavern, you could explain, you walked in there with your persuasive ass.
Yes, I pretended to
This was brilliant.
I pretended to be a dungeon auditor, essentially checking all the rooms to make sure they applied with the respected deities that they were representing. And I badmouthed Loth to make them happy, I convinced them that like we were inspecting their blood for blood quality and asked them what they needed to do their jobs better.
And I was like, oh God, these guys don't have like a big, their intelligence is really low. And they were just like, they looked around and they were like, more blood. And you're like, and you were like, I can get you more blood. And they're like, yeah, more blood. And they just kept chanting because they were excited about it. And I was like, for fuck's sake, I guess they skipped this fight. But you guys, once in a while, when we're doing other campaigns and everything, you guys will like, somebody will be like, oh my God, there's a lot of blood. And then one of us will be like, more blood.
Yeah, no, in retrospect, the whole thing really does remind me of that one like scene from Shrek 2 where they just like go into the factory by claiming to be like union reps.
Yeah.
They don't even get dental.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God, this was hard because none of you spoke Abyssal. And you guys, there was one thing where you guys had to figure out like a puzzle in Bazozan, and you guys couldn't figure out what it was saying. So I kept like, you guys kept rolling like investigation checks, and like you were trying so hard, and I was like, I don't know what to do.
I was trying to decipher this shit on the fly.
Yeah, so like you were like, and I gave you like a couple words, and then you're like, okay, it says this and this, and you were basically like okay. Poison. Cusco's poison. Okay, yeah. So I did that meme too. There was
Cove, I cannot believe you pulled that. I've done the exact same. It's a great move. If you've got a kind DM and good persuasion, the union angle almost always works.
Oh my God, this meme. For fuck's sake.
No one is mad. No one's ever mad at the union rep.
This one.
All right, this.
Oh, fuck the skull vase.
Like, the most daunting item, it was just a vase that, like, if you put your most valuable thing in it, it was basically a sacrificial vase. You were supposed to put your most valuable thing inside it in order to open the door. And...
I'll never forget how it's like, Grovel held on to that thing all the way into Ankarel, and then like tried to hawk it and was just told like, yo, this thing's evil as fuck. You can be killed for even having that here.
Yeah, like they were like, you can't have anything from the Betrayer's Rise, like from the Betrayer gods. Like, what are you doing? But like the fact that he's like, I'm gonna take this. I'm like, why are you taking that? Like, what's gonna be good about it?
Sorry, he gave justification later.
Yeah. What was it?
This took my thing, so I'm taking this thing. It was very logical.
Oh my God. This was to do with Seema. This was the demonic dragon or something like that. This was crap, what was he called?
Right, yeah, no, that one guy that was like, it was like, I don't remember if in Exandria, like, that specific god is called Tiamat, or if there's a different name.
No, it's
I remember
Tiamat, I think.
Okay, well, I remember it's like, yeah, it was like a fucking, a zealot of Tiamat just happened to be in the dungeon and challenges to fight. He's like, haha, lesser species. And then Seema's like, oh yeah, I dated a Dragonborn before. He was a complete bottom.
And he's like, you'll be the first to die. And I was like, roll for initiative.
I think that was the only fight that we like truly couldn't avoid.
Yes. You guys tried to talk your way out of everything. And you're like, no. Like, I think he was just like saying I'm superior because I'm a Dragonborn and everything like that. But like, he was a demonic Dragonborn.
The other fight we couldn't avoid was those giant snakes.
No, there's also this one.
Oh, right. Like, were they in the pit or something? Were they in the pit?
Right.
No, this was the room that you guys kept fighting these skulls, and it kept rising up to fight you again after like a couple turns. You guys were so mad about them.
Because we didn't have any divine weapons to put them down.
But you guys were like, you're like, what do you mean it's rising again? What do you mean it's fighting again? It's supposed to be dead. Oh my god, I'm just laughing at all these.
We had to rest after that room. I remember that. Because it was the first time we slept in the dungeon.
This was Tavern. You could explain this.
Oh, Shy. I had Leah infiltrate the secret compound by disguising herself as an OSA compilation officer. Nice.
Yes, you are in the Betrayer's Rise. You are always in danger. No dancing with us isn't dangerous. Will dancing with you put us in more danger, the firewoman? There was these.
I missed the firewoman. That was such a fun interaction.
Yeah, there was these pillars that had these women on them that were with fire, and like you guys didn't know how to open the door. And then I remember Tavern. You just walked up and you're like, "Can we dance with you? Will dancing with you put us in danger?" And I was like, I don't know how to answer this. like they're on fire, but also like I don't know what you're saying.
The weird thing about that room was that there were two exits. There was the proper exit, and then there was like a stained glass, a set of stained glass windows at the back with a door on the other side. So I remember we smashed the windows and went through the door on the other side, thinking it was going to be an extension of the whole thing with the firewoman. No, it was a completely different section of the dungeon that had nothing to do with it.
I'm like,
yeah, because it was like, why do we have to smash a door to get here? It was so confusing.
Yeah, no, it was.
There was a lot of things in that campaign that were a little off that you really fixed.
Yeah,
in retrospect.
Well, like I had to, like I don't know what else to do. Like I had to figure out. I'm just trying to find like a map of of the Betrayer's Rise, so like I can kind of give an idea to everybody like how extensive this one was. Like this was actually the map that we used, but like, oh, that's too big. Hold on, chat. Give me a second. I'll make it smaller so you can see how extensive this map is. Again, you guys already have spoilers in the corner. You're spoiled, so. Also with this, too. Oh my god, this map's big. Okay. But, like, this was how, like, extensive the map was. Like, there were so many rooms. It was a
classic dungeon.
There were so many rooms. Like,
we missed a bunch of them, didn't we?
No, you guys got all of them. You guys got all of them. You guys see the big red circle there?
Oh, right, yes.
You guys see the big red circle? That was the blood room that we were talking about. And then the longer one in the corner, or sorry, like near the top, that was where the dancing women were.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's Chamber of Tiamat. That's where you guys fought the Tiamat thing.
Oh no, we didn't fight him. That was the thing.
You guys escaped from him, yeah.
Yeah, he was sealed in a circle, and Seema was just taunting him.
Oh, right, yeah, he couldn't even get out.
So he was acting all prim and proper, and then Seema absolutely just started roasting him, and he dropped it and got really pissed. Did he get out somehow? Because I remember we were scared of him.
No, he didn't get out. You guys just didn't want to go backtrack that way. Like, you were scared of, like, backtracking that way.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, this one!
I'm just going through the memes. I love this. I don't know if everyone else is having fun, but I am having an amazing time.
Fix.
Well, the great thing about the memes is, like, they're almost like mental anchors. Yeah.
Okay, I need to say something about this one. So, there was a point where Seema went up to the door and... What the fuck was that?
I dropped my phone. I still need to fix my mic. It picks up any sound on my
Sounded like a gong.
I know,
that was an echo, damn.
I need some foam or something.
There was, Seema went up to a door and she cast like a 3rd level spell to open the door, and she was so frustrated because she couldn't figure out that spell slot. She couldn't get that spell slot back. And she's like, what the fuck are we supposed to do? And then Fix, you just walked up to it and it opened up. And the reason why it opened up and it wouldn't open to any other spell is because you were the one who was actually carrying the Jewel of the Three Prayers.
Jewel, yeah.
Yeah, so every time after that, Fix was like
well,
this.
If it worked once, it might work again.
You're like, I'm gonna go up to this door. Am I the key?
Just tapping every single door. Just to make sure, so Seema didn't lose another spell slot.
Yeah.
I think that's all the memes with like the Betrayer's Rise. I'm just double checking.
Like I said, the nice thing about the memes is like they're like little anchors in memory. It's like we remember the meme because we remember the exact fucking moment that we made the meme about.
Yeah. I think
I need to make more of these. I'm so DM brained. It's so hard for me to like. I miss being a player.
So we're gonna do that soon. But like there was some really cool moments. I thought like I did an okay job at like I was really trying to make Elixion like this like very almost clairvoyant in a way character where you guys went up and he's like, hello Tavern, hello Fix, like he knew all your names. And at the very last room you guys got to like have like a very intense vision with him where he kind of like he kind of freaked out Seema because he's just like, you and I are the same with the red moon stuff. There was this one too, which was kind of funny. This was Seema and Grovel. Because Grovel was yelling about it. I feel like there's crystals here. This is moon shit. And Seema's like, I already know that.
If memory serves, wasn't that like the room where Grovel got infected?
Was it that room?
I think it was, yeah.
Oh, okay. So this is a very this is actually ties into the story that I was gonna say about like you said that I had to change a lot of stuff in this campaign because it didn't make sense. So in the storyline, at this point, like you guys had these rivals, and I think that you guys fought alongside them when you got into Bazzoxan because you guys were immediately attacked by some beast that came out of the Betrayer's Rise. And so you guys fought alongside them, but they were not really helpful per se. And they kind of stayed out of your way because you guys were super powerful compared to them. Because as seasoned players, you guys just knew exactly what your spells did and you could go like get really creative with them, right? And
our builds were I don't want to say we munchkined, but we munchkined just a little.
Yeah. I was going to say, like,
I know I munchkined a lot because I was so excited to be a player.
Yeah.
So I kind of built a bit.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
No, but it's just like, I wasn't trying to munchkin or anything, but it's like, this was the campaign that made me fall in love with Artificers.
Yeah.
Such a fun class.
But there was a moment in time that you guys were talking with this NPC who was trying to get your help, and he was like, his name was Prolix, and he was just like, hey, like there's this woman here, and she's here for like nefarious reasons. I don't know what she's up to, and I'm trying to kind of like figure out what's happening with her. And you guys were like, okay, we'll look into it kind of thing. But like we don't really know what this is about. And you guys met Question, which was a tiefling, very friendly tiefling that some of you guys grew to dislike for being so friendly. Them. Yeah, I'm glad that you liked them.
I didn't have any issue with Question. Also, hi Katana.
Yeah.
And also, Shy, you're very right.
But this was when I had to kind of change because you guys really were like, oh, those rivals, there's nothing to them. Like, and like the main point of this campaign was to have rivals to kind of go against. So I was like, as the DM, be like, you guys don't care about the rivals. Like, what's the point of having them? So I had to change things up. But also, you guys derailed the plot again, because you guys specifically saw the rivals and went up to them in the tavern. You're like, hey, there's this suspicious woman that's going to try and get to the deepest part of the Betrayer's Rise. Don't help her. Don't go in there. And as the DM, I'm like, they gotta be there.
Yeah, we specifically warned them, do not help this bitch.
And I was like, what am I supposed to do?
She's shady as fuck.
I'm like, what am I supposed to do?
We were treating them like literal children.
Yeah, you're like, don't go in there.
They were disaster-prone toddlers that we kept having to go, hey, I know you're gonna want to do, like, fight this monster and, like, heroically charge in. Don't.
Yeah.
We got this.
So
We're the chosen ones.
So
You're not.
I, as the DM, wrote out basically a conversation that happened off screen from you guys. And it was this woman, I forget what her name is.
I'm blanking on it.
Oh, here it is.
I know I called her the
Aloysa.
red-haired lady for a while.
She doesn't even have red hair. She's blonde.
The picture, she had a cloak, and I thought
It's
it was
red.
hair.
It's red. But she has a red hat. But
I kept calling her Eliza.
Yeah, it's Aloysa. And she...
It should have just been Eliza. Aloysa's not a name. Eliza's a name. Aloysa is not a name.
I'm sorry, is Tavern a name?
Yes!
But anyway...
Of a building.
Aloysa sounds like one of those, like... Sounds like one of those modern age names that, like, millennial parents came up with to make their kids sound different. I fucking saw a fucking article on the news today where they were interviewing a kid unironically named Anakin, and it's like, oh my god, alright.
That poor fucking kid.
Is Celtia a name? Yes, it is. It is a name, actually. It's my name. But you guys, this conversation happened when you guys weren't there, because I was like, how am I going to get, first of all, you just told the rivals not to go into... And by the way, the rivals, you can have 3 kind of different relationships with them. They can be hostile rivals, indifferent rivals, and friendly rivals. You guys were kind of like in between indifferent and friendly. And I was like, okay, that's fine. Like, you're fine to do that. But it's just like, I needed, first of all, Aloysa to be there because she was part of the plot. I needed the rivals to be there because they were part of the plot, but you just told them not to go. So I was like, okay, how am I going to get this? Because Aloysa was just basically trying to get a group of adventurers to guide her into the Betrayer's Rise safely because it's so dangerous and she's not a fighter. And so what happened was I made this kind of subplot where she went up to Question, and Question was also a researcher. Like kind of like Prolix was. They were both researchers from Ankarel on the Betrayer's Rise. And Question's team went in there, and Question was the only one who was able to escape and come back out. So Question was feeling
We never really acknowledged that, how tragic that fucking was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Seema just kind of kept shitting on him.
Yeah, and like Question felt like really upset by it, but they were trying to stay positive. They're like, I bet my friends are okay, and they were very much aligned. They were really like Tavern, basically, before Tavern was like, I gotta get like a little bit of a reality thing, like as well on top of my optimism. But like Question was just optimism. And like very intelligent, like with their research, because they were a researcher, but like very gullible. So I had Aloysa.
Question was someone who had very high int but very low whiz.
Yeah.
But I had Aloysa go up to Question and be like, "Hey, you've been in the Betrayer's Rise. You can accompany me." And Question's like, "I don't know. It's very dangerous in there, and I'm not sure." And she's like, "Well, you don't want like to leave your friends behind. Like that's not just." And she was manipulating him, and I had it so that the rivals overheard this, and that the rivals intervened basically, and were just like, "We'll go with you," because they wanted to protect Question. and make sure Question was safe, but they also wanted to warn you guys who were in the Betrayer's Rise that this
they did
Aloysia,
a bad job of that.
They were like, we need to go warn them. Well, like, you guys were in the Betrayer's Rise. How were they going to talk to you, right? And say Aloysia is doing something really shady and she's coming in there and she's going to confront you guys. So they were like, okay, we'll protect Question, pretend we're on Aloysia's side, and then when we meet up with you guys, then we can tell you, like, hey, and then kind of switch sides and, like, help you guys out. So that's how I kind of got them in there. And you guys were immediately upset seeing Question and the rivals there that you didn't tell Question, but you specifically told the rivals not to come.
Yeah, no, like we saw them walk in through the door into the final chamber, and we were immediately just like, what the fuck are you all doing, and why is she here?
Yeah.
Adds her up. But for context, when this first started, like, again, they spied on us. They were trying to do our God-given mission. So we kind of thought that, like, this is the moment that their egos reveal themselves to be a bunch of shits. And so we did not react well to their presence.
And I remembered I acted as Galsarid, and I kind of I think I confronted Ralva, because Ralva as Fix. I think I went up to you and I'm like, no, we're here to save your ass because she's up to this and we wanted to protect Question. And you're like, oh shit, oh, okay. Then you guys kind of figured that out. But
yeah, that was the moment when Gal actually started to step up and become more than just like the playboy of the party.
Yeah. But this was also I felt so bad as the DM doing this because I was I remembered back in college is
you did the right thing.
Yeah, I know. But you guys I remember back in college when I was writing, it's don't kill off characters unless it means something. They told us that in writing a lot, because a lot of times they kill off a character that nobody cares about and it doesn't mean anything. It's just okay, it's just there. It's got to be a plot driven device basically. And I had two options because you guys didn't care about anybody else in that party except Maggie and Dermont. And then Question was an innocent researcher. So there was a part
who Seema actively hated.
Yeah. And there was a part where you guys had to make kind of a choice. To be fair, you guys rolled really badly. If you guys rolled correctly, then you guys could have maybe saved all of them. But there was kind of an avalanche in the middle of the Betrayer's Rise, and these rocks.
She cast a fucking earthquake spell. Yeah, on us. We were level 5.
Yeah, no, but that was part of the module is to cast earthquake, and I was
I was saying you cast it at us. The fucking bitch we were chasing.
Yeah, I am a playboy, but a playboy with morals, exactly. I love playing Galsarid. I love playing as him. I think he was just really fun to play. But then the rivals came in, and then they come immediately when Question was away. They started attacking you, but immediately when Question was out of her way, far enough away, then they flipped the script because they were we're protecting Question. And then they joined your side, and there was the earthquake spell. And that's when the avalanche occurred, and Dermont, and I rolled for this. I rolled Dermont and Question got trapped underneath the rocks. And then I had to roll, do these death saves and everything like that for them, right? Oh my God, you're making me do an RR right now? Really? Really? Harada? There. Happy? Back to this plot. Now I got lost. But okay, so there was these death saves during the thing, and unfortunately, Dermont didn't make it.
No.
And you guys love Dermont, but also it kind of worked out because Dermont, as I said before, I'm going to hydrate and straight. Shut up. Dermont before was the stabilizer to Io, kind of kept Io in check.
Oh, so sorry. I don't want to interrupt, but
none
of this was in the campaign book.
Yeah.
This was 100% Celty making the campaign better.
It was all on the fly.
Thank you. That means a lot. No, I just I was like, you guys don't care about the rivals, and the rivals have to be there. How am I going to make you guys care more about their situation? And had to make it a little bit more dramatic. And I felt so bad. Like, I even said, time out of character. Are you guys okay? And I kept checking in with you guys, and you guys were like, because you guys got really serious and upset. And I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. But then there was a funny part that came after that kind of but you guys were very charged when it came to that, because you're like, oh my god, Dermont, he's gone. And then Io started screaming. Can't die. Yeah.
Everyone really liked you.
Io started screaming at Seema, and they got into a huge fight, and they said things that they couldn't take back. And Galsarid was really ice cold about it. And there was just so much going on that I had so many notes on this part. And then this is what I didn't expect. That this is kind of the funny part. So Aloysia, when she was making her getaway, Seema was able to take her bag, and she was able to find these 2 little tablets in it. As you guys remember?
The tablets.
Fucking tablets.
Also, Meta, how many points do you have?
Yeah! Good girl. Good. Okay, I'll say that better. You're such a good girl. There. Thank you, Devil. Thank you so much for the resubs. Hi. But yeah. One sec. But anyway, there was these little tablets, and Mickey, shush. Mickey, I know Mickey, but Mickey, shush, don't give away. But anyway, these little tablets, and Seema was like, oh my god, I don't know what to do, Dermont's here.
We were desperate.
You guys were desperate, and I kind of changed it so that they were traveling tablets. They were teleportation tablets. So I changed it. In the book, it says they're both tablets to go back to Ank'Harel, which was where Aloysia was from. And I changed it one goes to Bazzoxan and one goes to Ank'Harel. So I kind of gave you guys 2 places you could go. Easy way out. So I'm like, okay, you guys have these tablets. They're probably going to identify them or something like that. No. Seema's like, these must be meds, and gave Dermont both tablets to swallow.
In our defense, when you said tablet, we truly thought medication and not a piece of wood or a small stone tablet.
I did say they were small, but I didn't mean that small. But I was
you didn't specify material.
Yeah. So Dermont's corpse swallowed these 2 tablets, and I was like, no, I'm not going to split them in half. I'm going to go back to the original thing. That would be too upsetting. I'm going to go back to the original thing, and they're both going to go to Ank'Harel. And I was just like, hold on. That was the second part of the campaign where I was like, hold on a second. I gotta look at this, wait a second. And everybody's like, wait, it's not medication. I'm like, wait. And I was like, so you guys stand there as Seema gives these tablets to Dermont. And after a beat, the body vanishes.
It was absolutely devastating.
Yeah.
And you guys were like, wait, what? Where'd it go? And I was like, I can't tell you.
Cue Seema just standing there, mouth agape, being like, what have I done? What did I do?
And I was laughing. I was like, I can't believe you transported the body.
How do you lose a corpse?
It was so funny. And I was like, Never in my wildest dreams was I going to be like, what happens to a corpse when you give it a teleportation tablet? And I was like, I'm not going to split the body apart. You guys never found that body either.
I have to say, I like that you ran with it, because after that point, all the teleportation tablets that show up in the campaign were like bite into them and vanished.
Yeah, no, I just changed it.
Yeah. Because honestly, that's a cool way to teleport. That's like the poison tooth where you're like, oh, you think you've caught me? Crack. Vanish.
No, it was so funny.
How do you lose a corpse?
But you guys ended up transporting via Prolix to Ank'Harel because
his name.
Yeah.
His name is tragic. We never talked about it, but that guy's name is tragic. Prolax.
No, Prolix. Prolix.
Yeah. No, and I've said it wrong every single time. And sometimes in the worst way. I called him prophylactic. None of these were intentional.
Well, to be fair,
I called him prolapse. I called him.
Well, prolix means using too many words, resulting in speech or writing that is long, wordy, and boring, which is basically him.
Still, bad name. Like, I don't think this, like, we made a lot of jokes during this campaign where we'd say, bad job, Matt Mercer. But, like, I don't think this campaign was written by Matt Mercer.
I think it was a collaboration thing. Yeah.
We definitely, is a trend of Matt Mercer writing a name in a book and then having to say it and realizing how bad it sounds.
Yeah.
Anyone who has watched the campaign will remember the very, very important character whose name was removed in the show, Pervon.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
His name was Pervon. He was the champion of the Night Mother. He was an incredibly important character, and his name was Pervon.
For fuck's sake.
Because it looks normal when it's written.
I mean, it reminds me of like modern day Star Wars names where it's like in the older episodes, they were like simple. They're relatively easy to get, and now it's like, what the fuck is this person's name? This isn't the name.
This is a bunch of letters.
Yeah, no.
Katana, swallow tablet of water to activate teleportation spell. If no teleportation occurs or have an erection that lasts more than an hour, please seek medical attention.
I could have been really mean and be like, his body splits in half and one's in Belazazan and one's in Ank'Harel. But I was like, no, I'm not going to make it traumatic.
Jesus Christ.
We never found his corpse, did we?
No, you didn't. But to be fair,
someone did. But
to be fair, his corpse got transported to where
the cult was, right?
The cult was, and like that was also not part of the campaign. Like there was the cult that was in Ank'Harel, along with other factions like the Legions of Allsight and the Cobalt Soul and stuff like that.
I got to be a member of the Cobalt Soul.
Yeah,
that means nothing to so many people, but it meant everything to me.
But then like. Also, it was like, this was not part of the thing, but like, I was like, let's do this I forget why I did it, but like, it was to kind of move the plot forward, I think. Like, I destroyed the cult's base. And like, you found out either that
you had the
IO
and the NPCs do it.
Yeah, like they destroyed the base, but then you guys got transferred to Ank'Harel. This was Ank'Harel. This was like the bazaar. Like, there's really cool maps for it. That was the casino, that big building there. You guys had fun at the casino.
Yeah.
But there was you guys went there because you were like, okay, we need to go to Ank'Harel, which is like where Elixion was kind of leading you guys to next. And that's when you guys got to talk to like the different factions. Get him out of here. I hate Shaggy in the corner.
Why are you so upset about Shaggy?
His name's Irvin.
He looks like Shaggy.
I know.
It's so bad.
But you guys went there, and then like oh my god, you guys had that like the whole casino. There was a casino like heist that you guys got to defeat. That was super fun. And then that was also when you guys got to meet Tagon, which is this guy. Oh, I got rid of him. This guy. Again, not our art, but this was kind of like how Seema kind of described him. He was a Goliath drow and was Seema's on and off again ex. And I thought I played him pretty good.
the most unimaginably toxic relationship.
Yeah, think about like they were on and off again. Like they would be constantly fighting and then be like really angry the next like angry one moment and then having wild sex the next moment. It was just ridiculously unhinged. And to the point that Seema, I think there was a meme for that. Yeah, there is. There was a meme. Where is it? This one.
All right, yeah.
So
which one?
It's on the screen now. But Seema would write out these letters to everyone she saw and be like, and if you run into Tagon, tell him I like fuck off and like tell him he's an asshole or something like that. And you guys walked into the casino and tavern, you came up to God because you saw him. And you were just like, oh, Tagon, hi. Because they knew each other, of course. Because
I like Tagon.
Yeah. And they were like buddies. And Tagon's like, oh, Tavern, what are you doing here? And then I just remember Tavern was just like, oh, so Seema said to a lot of people and me that if I ever saw you again, that like it was like a bunch of explicits, like fuck you, and then he's like, oh, did she now?
He's just like, yeah, that sounds about right.
Drink and walks right over.
Oh my god, that was such. Okay, I have told everybody I am not a good flirt. Like I do not know how to flirt to save my life. And this was one of my groundbreaking moments for flirting because I remember I was like, okay, Tagon's very smooth. She kind of said that he's kind of like the Witcher, like Geralt from The Witcher. That was kind of his vibe, but he was a little bit more flirty.
Explicitly said.
Yeah. So I went up to her and I was like, oh, Seema, I heard you've been talking about me to everybody. And she's like, what the fuck are you doing here? And then I was like, well, I was just in the area and I'm like, can I buy you a drink? And she's like, if you can see, I already have one. And I was like, okay, I gotta like make this smooth. And I reached across, I took her drink and I think I either drank it or I pushed it to the side. I'm like, you don't have a drink. And yeah, I drank it and I put the glass to the side. I'm like, now you don't have a drink. Can I get you a drink?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, you go ahead, Roba.
No, I got nothing to say.
But the whole table went nuts. We were all like, oh!
You're like, ah, shit!
It was smooth as fuck.
Yeah.
It was smooth as shit.
And then you guys were not very tanky for a party. So you guys...
No, because we were all casters.
Yeah, you were all casters. So I, like, the hardest hits, I think, were, like, you with your mecha and, like, Grovel as a rogue, but, like, nothing really tanky.
Yeah, no, like, I had, I think, the least HP out of anyone, but I was walking around with, like, 24 AP. But, then everybody's like, can Tagon join? So I kind of joined the campaign at that point as, like, a DMPC, but I strictly was, like, because, like, I know a lot of people disagree with DMPCs, but, like, I was very strictly, hey, you guys make choices and you can ask him for help on things, but you guys have to think of it. Like, I'm not going to suggest anything.
So that's how that happened. And then...
Well, here's the thing. You don't need to justify DM PCs, I think. The thing is that DM PCs are just known for horror stories because it's one of those, because the entire crew, for our other campaign, is DM PCs, but they are they're there for fun and not there for taking control.
Thank you for the streak, Napalm. Also, this meme was very much true. I love this anime too. This is great anime.
Which one was that one?
This is Skate the Infinity. I actually I cosplayed as that too. You guys want to explain this one?
Fuck.
Oh right, yeah, the fucking sending stones that had the worst appearance ever, as it was described to us, and it's yo, can we get a different one, please?
And I was here you go.
The sending stones were nightmares.
I don't know. I chose them that way. Okay, I'm just opening the screen door because I'm really warm.
So Celty gave us a picture of a sending stone because we were working for the Cobalt Soul, and they were okay, here are some sending stones. We'll keep in contact to work on this investigation. A lot of really cool stuff. And then we got the picture of the sending stone, and it was a crunched up face with a half open mouth. And it just looked like it was dying.
It was so good. And I was I think it was Jamal of the Cobalt Soul who was just here's your sending stone.
Everyone keeps getting his name wrong. It's
Jamil. Yeah, sorry. Everybody called him Jamal, and I keep going to that. Oh my god. Vix, you want to explain this one? Because this is you.
Oh, right. Yeah, so as part of the investigations we did on Corel, we had to go to this magical college to go check some shit out. And while everyone else was doing that, Fix was just kind of sitting out on the grounds, and he picked up a crowd because he spent his entire time just bitching out the school and all of its staff and being this is all fucking garbage. None of you are getting actual experience. Go live in the wastes. Go experience life. Go see what the world is actually like. This is all a curated experience and it's all nonsense.
You only also gained attention because you're the only person in this world with a fucking robot mech suit.
Yeah, everybody's who is this guy on our campus? Here's kind of this was basically the dynamic between Siva and Tagon. Why can't he focus on the damn mission? She says she hates me, but the first plan is always pretend we're a couple making out.
Yeah.
She did do that a lot.
Yeah, she's hold on, let's make out. And he's okay. Oh god. Oh my god. You guys want to talk? You guys talk about this one.
Wait to show up in the stream because it's on my Discord.
Oh, this guy. Oh,
again, another NPC that didn't need a backstory but got one.
I remember being involved in this. I don't remember. Was this the lady we met?
No, this was the guy who was outside of the casino. And you were did you see anything? And you kept finding out information that he had a gambling addiction.
Wait, wasn't that before Cavern knew what gambling was?
Yeah.
Encouraged him to go in.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, if it brings you joy.
Didn't we meet his wife later?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, she was the librarian. That was another meme too.
Librarian.
No, librarian. Librarian.
No, librarian.
Librarian.
Yeah, go have a
Librarian.
Go have a lie down now, Meta.
I'm saying it wrong.
Okay, there's this one too. Oh, you can explain this one, Cove. because I didn't know about this because but you knew immediately. But like just a little backstory. There was a character who was just like, oh yeah, like I'm trying to escape these people, and like the tavern was like, it's okay. Who are these people who are chasing you? And oops, wrong one. There you go. This meme.
Oh.
All right. Remember, believe. What's that? Can't remember the term. But check out Critical Role Campaign 3 for more information, as well as Campaign 2.
But I love your reaction to this because you were like,
okay. Yeah. So I am deep into Critical Role season 3, and here spoilers. The main enemy, one of the main enemies of season 3, and one of the big enemies of season 2, for those who are watching the show, is the Cerberus Assembly. They are bad news. They are on the surface just kind of a mages guild, a very very powerful mages guild. Under the surface, they are like human experiments, starting wars for profit. They are nightmares.
Like, Cove, would it be accurate to refer to them as evil magic Illuminati?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. It's magical. Yeah, it's magic evil Illuminati. And we're talking to this random person. This campaign has nothing to do with the Cerberus Assembly. I later find out. But at that moment, I'm suddenly like the big bad guys of Critical Role were introduced by a random character at a random moment. And I'm like, just like absolute, like, we're gonna die. Like, we can't even, like...
You're like, we're not messing with that.
A single member, a single member of the Cerberus Assembly was able to take on level, 18 full cast of Critical Role. And this is, just a guy. And so it's like, I don't want to fight the fucking Volstrada. I don't want to fight a fucking mage. We're going to die. So I had full panic attack. Well, not real panic attack, but a full in-game, or out-of-game.
There's this one too.
I don't remember this one.
This was you guys found that kid that you guys thought was a ghost originally, and then you gave her a tablet for tablet time. She was a child.
The tablet time.
And then God's like, hey, rewind that bit. That was cool. I have to backtrack a bit because we missed something really important about
It's always the servers. Oh, bye, Katana.
We missed something really important about the Praetor's Rise that happened. You guys remember this?
Oh, right, we fell down a hole, and then after a struggle to climb back out, we discovered that the hole is what was just
no you didn't
out.
You didn't go down the hole. You went all the way down to the seventh room or something like that. And then you guys were like, oh, we're going to go up now because we don't know where else to go. And you climbed up to room 1. And I couldn't stop laughing. You're like, do you think this is funny, Celty? I'm like, yes, it is. It's very funny.
Christ.
That was so funny. I was like, they're like, we're going to have to go back again. I'm like, I'm not going to make you do that again. There's a lot, I'm just skipping through some memes because they're a little bit you guys had there was also one that I was like, oh, there's not a lot to do in Ank'Harel, so we had a snake cult thing that happened.
Was that part of the campaign?
No, it wasn't. That was it. That was an insert into the campaign that somebody suggested. And then you got to get a weapon out of it. You got to get what was it called?
The evil snake whip.
Shadows, I think.
Yeah. And this is where we use the meme with that, because you were super friendly to your weapon and she hated you.
Okay. Tavern at that point in the campaign had watched someone died, had discovered had kind of just discovered the morally gray of the world, and their kind of optimism was being challenged. And so then they were faced with an object that was like, this object is evil. This object is horrible, monstrous. This object will never be good. And as Tavern, I was like, that can't be true. There is always good. So Tavern kind of put themselves in danger to try to prove the goodness of this like sentient item that he came across.
Hi, Dina. Thank you.
It ends in a. I would say it ended with some growth for Tavern, but it did not end well.
Well, you guys also like did really well. Like you went really well. Like at the very end, when like spoiler, when the Netherdeep was collapsing, you threw the weapon away.
Yes, I thought we would save it for later, but yes, essentially, Tavern at the very end of the campaign, I got to have this very cool moment, and I do appreciate it. Was that the plane of the Netherdeep was like closing behind us as we were leaving, and like the whip that Tavern had come into possession of had been nothing but cruel. It had actively tried to get Tavern to hurt his friends. It had actively told like secrets and tried to break Tavern. And there was this moment, like after Tavern facing like this emotional catharsis and like saving the world, or at least saving a small part of it, there was this moment where Tavern kind of went, guess there is some gray, and just drops the whip as the plane is like disintegrating behind us, going like, see ya. And just left it there. It was like, I think it's the meanest thing that like Tavern did. But it was like, again, 100% justified.
Yeah.
Hi, Asuma.
Hi, Asuma.
Hi. There's so many good memes, but like a lot of them are like kind of repeats, a little bit of like.
I'm surprised you haven't brought up that fucking staircase meme yet.
Which one?
Oh yeah. Okay, this is one of my favorites. So was that in the? Yeah, that was in the Betrayer's Rise, wasn't it?
It was in Betrayer's Rise.
Okay, so this happened. So I will show the meme after, but this was just like out of character, and I was revealing a little bit more of the map, and then Fix goes, Ralva rather was just like, "There's a staircase," and then this happened. Me as DM.
I was mad. I was upset about this.
I found the staircase. I'm the DM. It's my job to. You see a staircase.
I don't know what happened. Some people think that I'm like putting on a character, like when I stream. It's not. Unfortunately, it's not. This is who I am. Like, this is exactly what I'm like as a DM. And I was like, wait a second, I'm the DM. You see a staircase. And then I think you were like, bruh. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, that was one of my favorites. Like, a lot of these are all over the place. But this was one of my things, like, from, like, Fix that I really liked. Like, I don't know when this was, but, like, there's this one. I blued out your real, like your human OC.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest. I don't remember the fucking context behind this.
But like, it was just like, I think like something happened, and I like made like something like in another room. Where you're like, we didn't hear a goddamn thing, and you walked away from the situation. You're like, fuck this.
What was the memes around it? We can maybe discover context.
It was like near the end of ours. Like, I don't know what it was though.
Yeah, I genuinely do not remember.
We need to write
what the
more
hell
context.
The context that was.
Like,
was it the Was it that spy that we all knew was a spy, but you gave them
oh my god,
items, so I couldn't see through their bullshit?
So Tavern became so powerful because of their persuasion and insight that I didn't know what to do with them anymore because they could see through everything. And there was one point I was like, I don't know what to do. I'm going to have to fight back a little bit, like change something. And there was one thing, and it was like very insignificant to like the whole plot of the campaign. But it was like a little bit like you guys were finding out like secrets about like the cult and everything to do with Rudium and all the grotesque things that happened with Rudium. But like you guys came across the spy, and you guys all knew that they're like, this has to be the spy. But for the life of you, your insight rolls kept failing and you didn't know what was happening. It's because I looked up an item and it was a necklace that basically gave her a boost on deception.
Wasn't it like it was like the necklace of Glib or something?
Something. I don't know what it was.
That item is like so rare. they were walking around with like a near artifact on their fucking neck.
Yeah, and I was like,
me from identifying them.
I think it was just so funny. It was just like, again, it wasn't like me being like railroading them. It was just like,
with you being a little mean.
Yeah, I was being a little mean. Oh my god, this one.
Oh yeah, no, that shit was fucked.
Which one? Oh fuck! We found a Rudium figure. Seems to react to Grovel. Maybe it's
So chat, we haven't really dove into the fucking. You haven't really talked about Rudium yet. Rudium is it's a mineral, but if you touch it, it actively infects you and it causes prolonged effects.
Yeah,
it's very really bad shit. So Grovel got infected with Rudium at the end of the Betrayer's Rise, but as we're on Corel, we find a store selling a elephant that seems to be made out of Rudium entirely.
Yeah.
I don't remember how this happened, but for some reason, that elephant, basically, that little elephant figurine then transfigured into a full-sized elephant.
Rudium elephant, yeah.
Animated elephant made out of Rudium. So it's like this giant fucking stampeding biohazard is now running through the streets of a heavily populated city. And we were like, oh fuck. This is bad. This is really bad.
It was so funny. You're like, oh! And like, Rudium reacts with other Rudium. So like, you guys were using Grovel as almost like a little bit of a detector. And Grovel's like, there's something up with this. And you're like, okay, we're going to purchase it and keep it away from the civilians. And as soon as you walked out of the shop, I think you guys did like you were trying to identify or something like that. Or like I think Grovel tried to break it actually. And then that's when it transformed. And I was like, well, you guys kind of fucking walked right into that. I need to talk about the story that you guys both hate.
Oh.
This guy.
Ugh.
I'm fucking mad.
I need to talk about this guy because he is a beloved member. I'm just gonna put him on my face.
No.
Or no, it's better on this side.
Beloved is a stretch. One might say a marathon of a stretch.
So this is a little bit of a longer story, but like this is not my art, but oh my god, this was so perfect. So it kind of stems from in Cove's campaign, which we'll talk about in a little bit because like we're almost done with the memes on this side. But in our campaign with Cove, Ralva is there as well, and I said Ralva's name instead of Amaka, which is what Ralva plays as. And they're like, Ralva's not here. And I was like, oh, for fuck's sake. Like, oh my god. And they're like, we need to roll to see if Ralva is in the tavern. And like, it became a running joke where we like once in a while just walked around and did rolls to see if Ralva was around. And we're like,
it's interdimensional plane travel.
Yeah, I was just like, can I roll to see if Ralva's there? And it just became like a weird like quirk of the game. So when I got to DM, I don't know, I was talking about it with my ex, and I was like my girlfriend at the time, and I was like, oh my god, this would be so funny if I made this character that was Ralva, and like they appeared on every map. And so that's literally what I did. Every fucking map in Ank'Harel had this character there. And I didn't refer to him. I didn't talk about him. And then over a few more maps, you guys were like, this guy's everywhere. You guys started to pay attention. You're like, why is this guy everywhere? And then Seema, who's played by Lonnie, was like actively like, we're not talking to him. And all of you were all on the same page. It's like Celty really wants us to talk to this character, but we're not talking to him. And I'm like, I'm not saying anything.
Out of pure spite.
And it became a game of like, where's Waldo? Because whenever there was a new map, you're like, there he is.
Towards the end, I was just like, at some point, I'm going to learn Disintegrate, and I'm going to remove this fucker from existence.
And they never even talked to him until there was one part when you guys were in the bazaar, and you guys were looking for witnesses to why the tavern collapsed. And then I remember Fix was like, okay, who saw it? Who was here? And this guy raised his hand, and you're like, no.
Now we have to talk to him.
So this character, I based him off, I don't know how he developed into this character, but I based him off of, let me pull it up. Oh my god, am I not going to be able to find him? Maybe I will. Okay, I'll just say it though. I based him off of, if you guys have ever watched Try Not to Laugh by Smosh, Shane Top does his character, where he's just like, I was there, man. And he just like, he sounds like a nut, and he's just like, oh, were you there on the 15th? I was there, man. I was there. Like, I saw the whole thing go down. And he just pretends that he's everywhere, that like a big thing has happened, like the moon landing or anything like that. Or like he just says, like, I was there, this happened. And like, he goes on and on and on about it. So I based this guy off the character, and I was just like, he's there. Like, he literally is there everywhere on the map. And then they just called him Buggy because of his eyes. But when they finally talked to him,
refused to ask his name.
And finally, you guys had to talk to him. You guys had to talk to him a bit, and then he was like, I was there, man, and I saw like the whole thing, and I saw them run in, and they're like, who ran in? And like, those people, like, there was the blue girl, like, he gave you information, but you guys were still mad you had to talk to him, and he kept veering off topic, and like, just getting very distracted. And it wasn't until the end of the campaign, like the very end of the campaign, when we did like the debrief, that I was like, do you guys want to know that their name was? And you were like,
no.
And you said no. I'm like, I need to tell you. And I was like, his name's Ralva.
I was fucking upset. I was fucking mad. I was like, I think I just walked away.
And then when I did...
You just got up and left.
Yeah, you left the computer screen. And I was like, oh. But like, it was so worth it. It was such a funny, just a funny thing to like kind of attach to the group. But like, I love that so much. It was so... Just to have a character appear on every fucking map.
This is the kind of shit I have to deal with, chat.
Yeah, and then when I did this art, this is not the original, I kind of like changed it up a little bit, but like when I did this art, to like a long time ago, you guys could see, will you be there? I was there, man. That's referring to that because he became like a pinnacle character. And if you look a little bit, yeah, if you look a little bit under my hair, he's right there. and they're like, everybody was like, oh, you did this picture at the end of the campaign. I love it. And then Cove was like, did you fucking draw him?
He was so mad. This is our celebration of a campaign. You just hit a fucking shit post in it.
I had some. That's who I am. That's who I am, guys. I think, like, is there any other stories from that campaign before we move? Oh my god, we move on to the next one because the next one's going to be longer.
To be honest, it's like maybe we should just move on to the next one because like we're already like over 2 hours in.
I know we're not going to be able to finish it. But like, okay, I will switch over to here because we have different roles now. We have DM as the Cove. I played as Basilton, which we called him Baz for short. We have Lonnie playing as herself, Alanis. Yeah. But like Lonnie for short, and Gabe as Gabriel, Gabe for short. I realized that Ralva Amaka does not have a nickname. You're the only one who doesn't have a nickname. But look, more Cove art. Look at them. Look how cool they look. But also, I
still need to do one more. You guys are level 18 now.
But also,
you need to do the modern day shit.
I wanted to show this because you kind of put this together.
You should have used the other one. You should have used the other one I made.
Yeah, but it was too long for the screen, so I just did it this way.
Okay.
But like because this was such a long campaign, you guys can see Cove like drawing our characters to begin with, and then like these are the 3 different arcs that we went through. So like just to like backtrack a little bit, when we started Cove's campaign, it was during COVID, and we had the first arc, which was called Into the Frozen Temple, right? Or was it the Journey to the Frozen Temple?
Journey to the Frozen Temple.
Yeah. But we ended up being so consistent and falling in love with our characters so much. We kind of, like, Cope and we all kind of decided to keep going. And so, like, the first campaign was what the campaign was supposed to be about. And then we did... we went Journey to the Frozen Temple, and then we did Into the Feywild, or Call of the Feywild, and then we did the Tyrant's Shadow.
Tyrant Shadow.
And then now we are on our last one, which is called...
Journey to the Center of Garfield.
Yes. So, like, these are different arcs. So, to explain, like, the Frozen Temple was, like, all of us meeting and, like, developing our characters and our relationships with the NPCs and everything like that. Call Into the Feywild was Lonnie's backstory. And then the Tyrant Shadow was my backstory as Baz. And then we have Gabe's backstory now as well. Into the the Journey to the Frozen Temple, to be fair, like, we didn't know we were going to continue it, but Ralva, that was kind of your arc a little bit. Like, we did like a very short arc for you.
I mean, like Amaka's arc has been like slowly playing out in the background. There was a bit of it. There was a good bit of it in the background of the Frozen Temple, but there was also like a good bit of it in the background of the Tyrant Shadow as well. The first half of it, anyways.
Mm-hmm. I also, like, when I was looking at pictures and everything like that, like all the memes, honestly, Cove, I might like have to save up money for this, but I would love to have a picture of all the NPCs with their couple, like with a picture of Baz with because like we like the Journey to the Frozen Temple, like we went on a ship with a whole bunch of NPCs, and it ended up that we all had like an NPC partner. Baz's backstory was that
dating all my friends.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah. But like, Baz kind of went on a little bit of the same journey as me because I didn't come out of the closet. Like I identify as pansexual. And I assumed that I was straight, as a lot of people assume. And then Baz like had a wife who passed away, like a tragic backstory and everything like that. Another time I'll go into all the specifics about Baz. But he fell in love with a guy named Vo on the ship, who is the second mate, basically. And I can pull up artwork of that. But Cove, while I do that, do you want to talk a little bit about like the plot of like the Frozen Temple a little bit?
Actually, really quick, I gotta quickly interject. Celti, I need you to pull up that art of like the character progression again.
Okay.
Just because I want to point out how the art has evolved over time.
Yeah, like let's show off the art. Like, look how beautiful this is. Let's zoom in a little bit. So let's look at these two first.
Like, I still think one of my favorite details about the time progression is if you look at Baz, how it's like over time, like a bunch of his features become like more, what's the word I'm looking for here? A bunch of his features become more developed over time. Like with each separate stage, his horns get thicker, his snout gets a little bit longer, his chin.
How to draw?
Yeah, his chin spikes start to protrude a little bit more. It's like it's a very visible progression to the character that I really enjoy.
Look at Amaka. Like I love the tattoo progression too.
Yeah, the fact that the tattoos actually evolve because like she's a druid and like crazy druid shit is happening.
Yeah. And go ahead.
Like, when I first was like drawing your head, I was about to say Amaka. Ralva. Like when I was drawing Amaka's head, I was almost tracing it because I'd never drawn like a head with shaved sides before. So like I didn't even know the anatomy for a head. And then like you can see like the second one I'm learning how to draw a head. Third one, I got it. I figured it out how to draw a head. Yeah. Because you look so good in that second one.
I was so I didn't mean to show it right away, but my bad. I was gonna show that in a second, but like then like you look at these ones. Like look at Lonnie. Look at the progression of your art.
Lonnie slowly gets tanned.
Yeah, exactly. Lonnie gets tanned and like accumulates more fucking random shit in her hair.
Well, because like she's with wild magic, so like she just looks like she becomes more wild as the wild magic keeps going.
Yeah.
I think the biggest change is Gabe, though.
Holy shit.
Goes from
Gabe's
emo lord to this.
Gabe's arc might be one of the funniest arcs in D&D. Because, like, they wanted to play, like, a really serious character.
It didn't work.
And so they were, like... they were leaning into the edgelord. Like, they were trying to. But it was, like... They were, like... I'm like Alucard, but like my warlock soul has been bound to a powerful devil who takes over my body. I have this claw that's burning me. It's like very
emo to daddy. Oh my god.
Jesus
like,
Christ.
Very edgelord as an intentional, but like it was as soon as they got on the boat. Like I'll talk about the plot, but essentially the first arc involves them traveling on the sea,
and
as soon as they got on that boat, they could not keep up the edgelord. Like they tried to be like a spooky edgelord. They tried to be like oh ho, you weaklings, or like you'll never understand my, but like just couldn't, because like everyone on the crew had dark backstories. Everyone on the crew was dealing with their own shit, and it was just kind of this like, man, I'm really not that special. And so they just went completely different direction with the character.
But also one of my favorite things about like the crew as well is like, honestly, one of my favorite parts is like anytime like they had like a crew party where everybody kind of like just married and got drunk and like just like all those like little NPC moments to connect with everybody. It was so great.
Katana says the boat yassified everyone.
Look, this is my boo. I love drawing this. This took forever.
Vo is such a fun character.
Oh my god.
It's like he's such a normal person compared to everyone else, and it's super fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, this is my man. We are now married now. We got married in the campaign. I love him so much. He's great.
Like here's the thing. I desperately want to get like I already know how to use Blender, but I desperately want to learn how to like properly animate in Blender because I want to make like a commemorative animation for this entire campaign and like all the characters.
Like an opening to an anime.
Kind of, yeah. I know exactly how I want it to play out. I know exactly which music I wanna use for it. It's just a question of how I actually do it because I don't know how to animate yet.
Well, you just you can ask people on the server. Some people are like blenders in the server.
I'm a lizard guy. That's a sick lizard guy. Which one? Baz or Bo? Because Bo's a fish man.
Yeah, Baz. Baz is. I love Baz so much. Like I could talk about him forever because like I talked about like the entire psychology of like certain moments with him, like as like just like to kind of like cement things in my head about him. I like had him so drawn out. He like there's a lot of things that like tie me to Baz. Like I understand him on a huge level. He's very different from me, but at the same time, like very much the same. But Cove, why don't you talk about like what was like the plot? Like I know like your world is called Celeste, so it's not Exandria anymore. It's Celeste. But you also had this plot that you wanted us to go through with like the frozen temple that we kind of derailed halfway through too.
Well, okay, so the plot of the Frozen Temple, which was the very first campaign, it was based on Mountains of Madness, but with a more D&D vibe, and this changed quite quickly once we started playing, and once I understood the energy of what we were putting in.
Like Lonnie?
But essentially, this, this head of antiquities, his name was Galen Rundal, kind of reached out to adventurers to send them into the unexplored, west.
Oh, south, wasn't it? Yeah, it was south.
South.
Yeah, sorry. I was trying to do the compass in my head.
It's down.
Soggy wieners.
It was down, Cove, on the map. It was down.
My sister in Christ, you made the map.
It pointed down.
I'm dumb. No, so essentially to send some adventurers down into the south, to hopefully rescue a collection of researchers who have gone missing. It all appeared very on the up and up, but there was a lot of... immediately the party didn't trust him, which was the correct move. So the party was given an assistant and a boat that was like already crewed by people who were paid by Galen Rundal to essentially go on this adventure to save these researchers. And that was the main story. So it was them moving from island to island, very kind of One Piece-esque to start with, as each island had a different problem and a different adventure. Should I say the end of the story or just the whole whole plot, or just the starting plot?
You can either or.
I mean, there's a lot that's going on.
Maybe
it's
just
I'll leave it to you.
Yeah, maybe just we get there, and then we get transported into the Feywild, and it continues, right?
I mean, there was a lot that happened on the way.
Yeah, that's why we're gonna go through the memes for that.
Really quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
First, they went to a place called Sailor's Respite, and they had to help this fight between crabs and dwarves. It was very fun. Then they went on a little treasure hunt. They ended up in the island of Shard, which was a really fundamental location. It kind of became the primary location of the campaign.
Do you mind?
We need to quickly acknowledge that. Sorry, I interjected.
Yeah, no. Cove, do you mind if I post a map?
Shard, really quick. What happened on Shard was that we unwittingly stumbled upon and busted open a slavery ring that was being run by a Mareed, which is like a water genie. And that was where the party ultimately got their name from.
Yeah, the Chain Breakers.
Yeah, we didn't touch on the Dream Chasers, but that was the other group in the other game. I don't know where that came from. I think it's because you guys just had a bunch of dreams and stuff like that.
Yeah, we had a bunch of dreams and we were chasing the dream. That's where that came from.
Yeah, Cove, do you mind if I post the map of Celeste, or I don't have to?
Of course.
Okay. You guys can continue though.
There is, but after that, they rescued a dragon, met some Silkies, traveled the waste, and eventually arriving at this research center that was kind of a cover. Like, the big twist that they did derail halfway through the campaign. They essentially early discovered the twist was that Galen Rundal has been feeding people into this dungeon to try to acquire this powerful magical artifact that he would believe would, like, help him take over the Elven nation.
He was racist.
That too.
Yeah. Man. Because essentially he was. Oh. No, you go ahead.
Essentially, he was taking powerful magical artifacts and kind of creating living avatars out of them. So, like, these people were incredibly powerful entities. And so essentially he was like, if I can get the most powerful weapon on the plains and animate it, I will have this powerful entity that he called Adam that would, like, help him take over the Elven nation, and he would be able to set Adam up as the pure Elven king.
I thought it was Arthur.
Oh, yes, it was Arthur. Sorry. Adam was a different... I was thinking it was based on... Regardless. It was very, there's a little bit of inspiration from BioShock in his whole plan. So I got it all mixed up in my head. But yeah. But so essentially the party discovered this early. They were able to kind of plan for it. And in the end, they were able to steal the weapon out from under Galen Rundal and, for safety, threw themselves through a portal to the Feywild, potentially taking the weapon out of circulation and away from Galen Rundal. There's a lot that happened. Like, we're not even talking about the dungeon, the gravity dragon, the fucking working with Capramosa.
Yeah, we saved Capramosa.
Yeah.
Yeah, the natural dungeon you guys discovered. Like, there's so much to that first campaign. But that was the main story, was the party kind of figuring out all that stuff, unraveling the mystery, and then foiling the evil. A very classic D&D in retrospect.
I'm just going to show off the partners. Like, this was Vo on the ship. Because, like, you had such amazing art of all our characters in there. Like, the original Vo, I don't even recognize him.
The old Vo art is so bad.
But, like, damn, it's
a tragedy.
Guys, that man chose me. That man chose my Baz. And then we have Amaka's. Noelle. That was Noelle's partner. It's so amazing seeing the progression. Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
Makes me jealous as art.
Her first picture is so it's just Bugs Bunny. Like, I just gave Bugs Bunny, like, sexy eyes. Didn't know how to draw a rabbit person.
I just downloaded it. Where did I just had Douglas Chance on.
Give me a second here. What the fuck?
Give me a second. Okay.
But she's probably one of my favorite NPCs to actually play as, like, a... Mechanically, she is very fun.
Oh, yeah. This was...
Because we were all on a ship.
That was... It just makes it big. Hold on. That was one of Lonnie's partners, because Lonnie is polyamorous. So that was, like, one of her husbands, Douglas Chance.
I'm back.
King of the Pirates.
But, like, he's also really fun mechanically, despite having the worst rolls of any character.
But there's memes to that. There's memes to that.
Also, I just want to quickly say something here. Katana, you don't get to say shit. I've seen what you draw.
One of my favorite things was, like, we got us so attached to the NPCs that Cove kept complaining that we kept taking them everywhere. But she's like, oh my god. So she had to operate all these NPCs. And there were some times where she's like, here's the sheet. I can't do this. I have too many enemies coming at you. But like one of the main things at the beginning was Lonnie was such a bubbly spirit. And she kind of pulled everybody together because like Baz had such a tragic backstory that he was coming from. So did Amaka and Gabe. And then Lonnie had her own stuff too, but like she had such an optimist view. So she was kind of like the tavern of the group a little bit. And she did these, what we called connection rolls, where she literally just stared in everybody's eyes and she's like, connect with me. And we both rolled to see if like we were connected, like making sure like if I rolled a 7 and she rolled a 7, that we connected. And it was such a weird little thing.
Yeah, it was just to see how close we could get to each other, like how close the vibe was. I remember that. I remember that right from the beginning. Like Amaka and Lonnie rolled really close. It was something like an 18 and a 17.
Yeah.
And so we were both just like nature bros because it was a druid and a ranger.
Yeah, and
I remember that those rolls actually became mechanically viable because Lonnie would use them to break people out of mind control.
Yeah.
Because they would be like, connect with me. And it would be like, what are you trying to do? It's like,
yeah.
I'm connecting with them. You've established this is a rule now.
Like, it reminds me of like I've seen D&D when some people want to like establish like roles at the beginning. They'll hand everybody like 3 things about the other characters. And you don't know whether it's a rumor or if it's the truth. And it kind of like starts like the talking amongst people. It's like, oh, I have a rumor that on here, or I have something on here that says Amaka did this in another place, but it could be a complete lie. And you just have to work off of that too. But like ours kind of just worked really well. And like it also like helped too, because like we were like building connections with like the crew, and like everybody fell in love with the crew. Literally. In some instances.
Yes.
And some of them didn't work out right away. Which I guess I could lead to one thing that went throughout the entire campaign that I thought was hilarious is that my character's a fighter. Really bad at insight and wisdom. And so was Vo, which was his eventual husband.
He's technically a rogue, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Oh, sorry.
But also bad at wisdom and intelligence.
Oh, sorry, yeah. But like, anyway, what did I say?
Fighter.
Oh, no, I said I'm a fighter.
You said so is Vo.
Oh, no, I said so is Vo. He's really bad at wisdom and insight. But like,
you doing better, Meta?
Yeah, welcome back. But throughout the whole campaign, everybody was pulling their hair out because it was so obvious they liked each other, but they kept having missed signals. It became a meme itself.
It became such a long-running will they, won't they, and it was like, Jesus Christ, this is so infuriating to watch.
It was like, oh, you look really nice today, and then I would roll and be like, oh, he's just a nice guy. It was so bad, and there were so many misses, and like it was so awkward. Now it's like the running thing with me too is like I'll be like miss relationship cues for other people. I'll be like, what happened to them? And I'll roll and I'll be like, oh, it looks like they just had an argument. And it's like, no, they were just in another room having fun. like I completely missed the mark. But a lot of these are like, a lot of the memes like we didn't start until like the second part, which was the Feywild. But like, there were some fun things like the fiddle incident, where I got super drunk. Baz got super drunk and accidentally threw Vo's prized fiddle overboard. And there was also Amaka, you with demolishing Cove's crab fight. If you want to talk about that, you two.
Oh, fucking.
And Click.
You go ahead. That's your story.
I mean, like, okay, so when we arrived there, it's like a good section of the island was locked off, and we couldn't get really a straight answer as to why. We just knew that, like, it's basically 2 islands connected by a spit of sand. And if anyone tried to cross the spit of sand, they would get attacked by crabs. Like, really big crabs. And so we're like, there's got to be...
crabs, one might say.
Yes, giant enemy crabs. So, like, we're like, we have no idea what the fuck is going on. You should go out and exterminate the crabs so we can make our way to the other island. And my character, being the druid, was like, well, there's got to be more to this. So I cast Speak with Animals. I started to talk to the crabs from a safe distance.
Giant crabs.
Like, a spell?
The big guy.
A spell I somehow completely forgot existed because the crabs knew everything.
Oh my god, guys. Yes. Cove. I just realized DMs are defeated by Speak with Animals. It happened to me. And now it's happened to you.
Constantly.
Yeah.
No one thinks about
it. Or not even speak, like animal handling. It just defeats the whole thing. It derails plots.
Yeah, and so the crabs basically told the entire plot to us, and they're like, oh yeah, I know. It's like, we're not going to attack you. And we're like, well, you're just attacking the dwarves. And they were like, yeah, we're just attacking the dwarves. And it's like, well, why? And it's like, well, one of them stole a priceless artifact that's integral to the balance of the islands. And we were like, what? And they were like, yeah, you should probably go get it back. And we're like, okay. I guess we'll work on that then.
Absolutely devastating. It's like, okay, when I DM, I am of the belief that if I am caught off guard, the players are doing their job. So if I make a mistake, or if the players figure out something, I don't go like, wait, no, that's not supposed to happen. I yes and that mistake.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, that's more realistic to a world with adventurers, is that adventurers are always the people who come into a situation and have like, well, what if like 2 sides are fighting, and it's like, the answer is A or B, and adventurers come in and go, well, what about C? Has anyone considered C? And so like, when I'm DMing, and this group in particular goes like, hey, what if we just fixed all the problems immediately? And I go like, okay, this is awesome. Now I have to write on the spot. I have to figure out like
that's what I learned best
from
you.
This.
That's like, I took a lot of my I appreciate the compliments I've seen. I've been reading chat. I appreciate compliments with me being like a good DM. I learned everything I have like from Cove. Like, I wanted to be I wanted to be a good DM like you, because like everybody's like, oh, Cove's like the best DM, and I'm like, so I took like some of her rules and some of her like, I was like, oh, what would Cove do? Cove would let this ride.
Yeah. But to finish the story of the island.
Yeah.
So we get to the far side, because the crabs are like, nah, y'all are cool as long as you fix the problem. We find out that the artifacts are a pair of orbs, because apparently like the island itself is actually held up by like a massive fucking like mangrove tree network or something that goes down into the seabed. And so one orb controls the sea itself, the other orb controls the trees. So the one that was stolen controls the trees, and the guy who stole it was like the head of the dwarves on the island, and the others don't know that he's done this. So like, my character gets to interact with the sea orb, and then after a bit, we end up in this final thing where the leader of the dwarves is trying to run away with the wood orb. And it turns into a big fight on the docks. And I was like, wait, I have an idea. So, yeah, exactly. The whole can't be pondering these orbs. But I had an idea. So it's like I jump into the water, I wild shape into a barracuda because they can jump. I fucking swim up alongside the boat, jump up onto the boat, immediately run up behind the dwarf chief, and it's like I'm thinking at that point, I've already dealt with one of these orbs. I've interacted with one, so I should know how to interact with the other. So I run up to this dude, sneak up to him, grab the orb, force a contested wisdom check to sever his control of the artifact, succeed, and completely shut down the entire boss fight before it can even begin.
His minions were wooden golems. There was no way for me to continue the encounter if he didn't have the orb.
Okay, I have a player question. As I am trying to work on myself.
No, I'm
okay,
not
go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm not done. He had a second form. He had a second form.
There were so many.
Got to use.
Yeah, there were so many instances. There's so many instances where Cove was like, that was supposed to be such a cool fight, and you guys ruined it. Like, I have so many. There's so many things. Like, I have like 5 of them at the top of my head. But
he was going to turn into a giant Deku tree and start fighting you guys as a tree. Instead, you just told him you were very disappointed at him, and he just sat on the dock.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, no, Amaka just straight up fucking tore him a new one in Dwarvish.
Yeah, you just told him he was a piece of shit. That was it.
Zuma has a question.
Yeah.
I have a player question as I am trying to work on myself as a player and a person. How do you as players and as DMs deal with one individual? What? Have D&D questions?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we can do that another stream. We're streamers. We have to do streams.
Nice.
Deal with an individual who knows more about D&D mechanically or lore-wise than you. Like, not rules lawyering specifically, but ending up debating the mechanics for a spell for 20 minutes. I'm going to quickly answer this. Put an end to it. The thing is like, it's kind of like, I see this as like almost like a work thing, and I've had to learn this as a manager at work. Is like if somebody's debating with you and trying to figure out like kind of like being argumentative back, then you just say, "Hey, I'm the DM. This is how we're gonna do it." Like you kind of just have to put an end to it, rather than letting it go on, and then the players are just gonna have to deal with it. They can be mad or upset. Like you can try to be like, "Hey, that's not going to work, but maybe try something else." Like if you, like Cove says this a lot, if you can explain how that would work for me, then I'll let you do it. Or if you roll high enough, sure. Like it's being flexible, but also putting your foot down.
Yeah. At the end of the day, oh, sorry, Rafa, you were going to say.
No, I was just agreeing, but like ultimately there is a difference between like if someone is coming up with creative use for something and they have like a good reason why something should work the way it is, and like you can see the logic behind it, it's like, yeah, okay, fair. But if someone is just being argumentative and just being like, no, this should go my way because I say so, you shut that shit down.
Yeah. At the end of the day, here's the thing.
It should be fun.
The DM, as the DM, you are here to help the players. Yes, you are there to provide a fun, entertaining service. It is very similar to like a service kind of job where you want to make sure that your customer is happy. You want to make sure that your players are happy. That said, at the end of the day, your word is law. And if someone is like, well, that's not how mind flayers work, you look to them dead in the eyes and you go, that's how these mind flayers work. Yeah. If they say, well, it's like, well, I've grappled them. I should also be able to choke them out. And you go, that sounds fun. Sure. Or you say, no, that's not how grappling works. And it's like, well, yeah, but it works in this supplement. Or
another DM, another DM said I could do it. I'm like, I'm not the same DM.
Yeah, exactly. It's no. Like, it's hard. It is so hard. Because as a DM, you do want everyone to have fun. But like, if one person is taking up 20 minutes to argue mechanics?
Yeah, it says...
Like, that's selfish. If anything, that's them being selfish.
Izuma is saying that, like, it's more that, like, their DM is the one who's, like, newer at D&D, and they are arguing why, like, them as a player can't use something. That's a DM problem. That's not a you problem. That's the DM's problem. Like, that might just not be, like, something that you and the DM are clicking on, and you might have to just honestly find a new DM. There's just some people, I've heard stories about DMs putting ridiculous rules or putting too strict of rules, and I just don't want to D&D with them. It sucks, yeah. But like, I heard a rule where somebody said you can't cast magic through a window. Like, and it's like, because like you can visually see it, but like there's a barrier, and I'm like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. So it's just, there's some people who are just like, they're really stickler for the rules, or like there's some people who just don't know the rules that much. And it's like, you just kind of have to make a choice whether or not to want to play with that person or not. It's kind of like, it's like if you're playing tag with somebody on the playground or something like that as a kid, like you don't want to play with the person who makes up rules or has like specific rules. You just got to find another group to play with. That's my advice.
That's good advice. Because it is that situation. Sorry, I think we assumed you were the DM.
Yeah.
From your question. But like, if your DM doesn't understand mechanics and is going to fight you on them, like, here's the thing. I've said that a couple times now. Again, we were all talking about the DM is law, the DM. Here's the thing that is more the law than the DM is the basics mechanics. If the DM wants to say that you can grapple someone underwater with like an acrobatics check, sure, allow that. That's fun. That's taking the moment and kind of using it for fun. But like, if you are like, if they're like saying like, oh, make a constitution check to resist this grapple, and you're like, that's not how grapples work. I wouldn't have built my character differently if that was the case. And they go, well, that's how we're doing it.
Yeah.
It's like,
you have to be willing to bend.
You need to say those rules beforehand.
You need to be willing to bend as a DM. Like, there's so many times that I'm like, oh, I really want to do this. Like, there was a part in, like, my campaign, I was like, oh, I really want them to interact with this. And, like, I had to stop myself from, like, railroading, as well as, like, I had to stop myself from being, like, I wanted to do that blood fight. I couldn't do it because, like, you had to come in there and, like, persuasion. And I'm like, I can't, you know what, whatever. But there's also, like, there was instances where, like, hey, we want to scale this climb. And I'm like, okay, well, there's a bunch of stuff in the book that says you can't do this, this, and this. But like, if you guys are able to justify and say, this is what I'm doing, not just because I want to grapple because I think that I should be allowed to do that. But if you're like, I want to grapple because I should be able to do this because X, Y, and Z. If you can defend your point, sure, why not? If you could describe to me, sure. Like, let's go for it and let's have fun.
Yeah. I think that is a good way of doing it. It's very much like
you got to be flexible, though.
You got to be flexible, but as the DM, you also have to obey the rules.
Yeah.
Like,
you can't be like, oh, a nat 20 equals a nat 1 right now. Like, you can't do that.
Yeah. Cast 12 hollow spells in a giant pizza all at once. Huh? Wait, I should be able to
I don't understand that.
Oh, no, I get it. Okay.
Anyway,
What? Ralpha, explain.
Yeah, Ralpha, you need to explain. You can't just say, I get it.
I think...
You're like, I get it. No, it's silence.
No, assuming I get it, assuming means it's like basically stacking the hallows. So it's like, instead of like all individual areas like the spell should normally work, it's like, no, just one massive fucking hallow that accounts for the areas of all the hallows being involved. Which is not how it works, but it's like...
I still don't get it, but...
I've never been able to use the hallow spell. It's one of those spells that just sits there like Magic Mouth or Arcane Lock. You're like, that's a spell, but I have never seen it used.
Also, Izuma, as
I'd have to look at I'd have to see how the placement for that works.
As a person who, like, I completely divulged, like, I'm a newer DM, like, than Cove. Like, Cove's been doing it for years, and this was my first campaign. There were instances where I was like, is that how that works? And you kind of like have to set your pride aside that you're the DM and like look things up during campaigns. Like if Cove was just like, hey, Celty, that's not how that works. Or like, hey, Celty, can I do this? I'd be like, let me check something. And then like, if I didn't know the answer, I'd be like, Cove, sure, I think that's how it works. Is that how it works? Like I would be completely candid of being like, I don't know this. But then there was like instances where like I think Cove forgot about certain like monsters, and they're like,
oh, definitely.
You're like those invisible ones that you guys couldn't stand. You're like, what the fuck is happening? And then
those fucking
there was
monsters.
sometimes that Cove's like, this is ridiculous. Like, this is not like a monster shouldn't be able to do this. And I was like, these monsters can. And then I would read out the description after the fight, and she's like, that's bullshit, but okay. Like, and we would just laugh about it. And sometimes, like, if they have, like, an argument, too, you can also say, like, hey, I revamped this kind of monster. Like, I made this monster be able to do this because you guys are too strong.
Yep. I've had to do that a lot. Oh, my goodness. In the final arc, the Chainbreakers are kind of fighting devils.
Mm-hmm.
And I made a creature that was supposed to be Pyramid Head. It was supposed to, like, track them throughout this... Like, remember that creature you guys brutally murdered? And then is now inside?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that was supposed to be another Pyramid Head. This campaign, each floor was supposed to have a different thing chasing you guys. And you killed it. And I was like, I can't use any of the pre-built monsters.
Yeah, because, like, we got, like...
That thing was CR 26.
Like, to be... Like, we're, like, level what now? We're level 18?
18.
Yeah, so, like, a lot of things, like, Cove has to redo. Like, even... We didn't talk about this was, like, with, like, my campaign, but you guys leveled up stupid quick in that one. Like, we would be like 2 days, oh, you level up, and we're like, what? Like, it was very broken the way it leveled up in the system.
Yeah, no, we were getting fucking levels like candy at the beginning. It was like, should it be this rapid? This doesn't feel right.
It was way too fast, but, like, it was kind of funny. It was just like, hey, you guys did nothing, level up. We would just laugh about it and go with it, because why not? But, like, I love the Frozen Temple, and I love that we continued it, and we made, like, a lot of friends and, like, everything like that. But, like, some of the memes are going to be, like, from, like, the Feywild, which everything got, like, really
Here, okay, I can give the very quick
go ahead.
Context, and then we can share the Feywild story. So essentially, the party drops into the Feywild due to Lonnie's connection with a Fey prince that they did not know was a Fey prince that they grew up with as a child. Essentially, they arrive here, and Lonnie does not want to see the prince, does not want to meet them, but then also had this, like, kind of vision. So there's something going on, but they were looking to leave the Feywild, and so the first, like, 2 halves of the Feywild was them trying to escape until they kind of discovered that the prince was not this cheating runaway that Lonnie kind of thought he was. And there was all this stuff with hags and trying to bring balance to the Feywild. It was very fun. It was probably the most epic of the adventures we've had. It
was so creative.
The narrative.
It was great.
It's the best campaign I've ever written, hands down. But yeah, that's, like, the context for this. So it's them traveling through the 4 courts of the Feywild, the Autumn Court, Winter Court, Spring Court, and Summer Court, as they try to kind of understand this world and the conspiracy that seems to be going on in the background. Gotta find a DM to play D&D again.
I was trying to find a picture of Soren.
Talking about this has made me want to run a campaign or be a player. Can we please do that one shot quicker than?
Yeah, we can do that. I'll like, let's have a meeting. We can figure that out. But I drew this a long time ago. Look at this.
Like the cheese.
I've never seen this one.
You have. I posted it.
I remember this one.
I don't. That's so cute.
Also, there was this one.
I love having 3 eyes as a DM.
Yeah, I was just like, I wanted Cove to be a part of it.
Also, I hate to bring this up, but, like, considering the time, I'm gonna have to go in 15 minutes.
No! Okay, well, me and Cove can talk about, like, you're gonna miss out on all the memes.
I know, but I have to take my cat. I have to take my cat to her appointment.
What about this one?
Speed run of memes.
Look at this.
Oh God, this one.
They wanted me to do, this was when I first started drawing. Oh my God, that wrist is so bad. But this was when I first started like trying to actually do a bunch of art. And this was before I created my own model for a Celti. This was like, I had so much fun learning how to like do bruises and everything like that. But like this was like the Ken Barbie meme. And then I did this Lonnie picture too, but like
that one was so pretty.
All right.
Lonnie's fit has been immaculate since this campaign began.
Yeah, but like Lonnie's a bit chaotic, so that's why it fits that she a punch in the face.
That glimmer plate that they're wearing is like the best purchase any player has ever made.
Yeah, they have like a thing that they can change their outfit and everything all the time. I can't find the thing that I wanted to find. But we can go through the memes for the Feywild if we want. Just a couple of them. I think we should just go like at least, Ralva, you need to at least be here for like the first one. And I know you know what that one is.
But I have a feeling.
I don't.
Yes, you do. It's the famous one. It is this one.
Baking competition.
I'm so proud of this meme. I made this and it's like the best thing I've ever made.
Can you make it bigger? I can't read it.
It just says, you're a fraud. That doesn't matter. You're literally wearing...
Make it bigger and then you can just scroll down on it.
Okay. You're a fraud. That doesn't matter. You're literally wearing iron. How'd you get in here? Baking competition.
That's so fun.
That was great.
Okay, Ralva, because you're about to leave, do you want to explain this context?
Okay, vaguely. I'm trying to remember some of the finer details, but basically we were in a town in the Autumn Court where for whatever reason we had to interact with the guy who was in charge of the whole thing. But the only way to get in there as people who are not Fae was to, as we found out, win a baking competition and be able to serve him a meal. We ended up winning the baking competition, which was very violent because it was Fae.
Yeah, but we had to throw things at each other and like it was ridiculous. It was like a food fight basically.
Here's the thing, Asuma. We were not the ones wearing metal. I mean, like, we were, but, like, that wasn't the point here. Because it turned out that the guy who was in charge of everything... I forget whether he wasn't... Yeah, I forget whether he wasn't Fae at all, or he was a specific kind of Fae.
He was a Korgan, which is the only type of Fae that can interact with iron, because they have... they're kind of elemental / Faes.
Yeah, and he was oppressing the area, kind of like quite literally ruling with an iron fist. So
he was based on Bluebeard, so he was not a good person.
Yeah, he was pretending to. If memory serves, he was pretending to be like the spirit of harvest.
Yeah,
but like we were like,
to be Samhain.
He can't be a Fae because he's wearing iron. And we were like, what the fuck? And like, I don't know how I was just like, I saw this meme. This is one of my favorite meme formats, by the way. And I was like, I need to use this. And I thought it was just it fit so well.
Yeah, we went in and we won the baking competition and we got to serve him a meal and that meal was death, so.
I just wanted to show this one.
You called him out in front of everyone. It was
Look at this one.
Oh yeah, the Pride one.
This is a Strixhaven as well, but like, this is all our characters. Like you can recognize Lonnie and Amaka and Baz, and there's Gabe, and I love that. And then on top, the 4 characters were, I need to add more. I need to add the other ones now, but like these were.
You're gonna have to do a new Pride, a new piece of Pride art for this year.
Why would you put that on my plate? There's so much to do. Why would you do this? Why would you do this? What have you done? Okay.
I mean, I will if you will. It's going to take me like several months too long, but I'll do it.
This was the other, like, the Sam Hain stuff, like...
God.
Lord Sam Hain, a bunch of mortals who snuck into his party. And this was like, Lord Sam Hain, Lord Tarquin, ready for a fight.
Right, yeah, you sicked Tarquin onto him.
Yeah.
It was such a good arc. I loved Harvest Town. That was great.
Oh, this is kind of tied into before.
God, I think that was actually the longest we hung around anywhere in the Feywild was in the Autumn Court.
Yeah, because you guys were getting your bearings. Because after that point, it was kick down the wall. We figured out shit. Let's kick down some doors and punch some snowmen and scream at some flowers. It was great.
Vo flirting, Baz flirting black.
Can't believe you downloaded all the memes.
Oh my god, not so all of them. There's way too many. But this one's great too. I love this one. This one's literally us.
Yeah.
That's the dynamic. I'll go through the dynamic ones while you're here. This one's great too.
Yeah.
Again, dad or mom in the back.
Seeing memes made about your D&D campaign, even if it's like just by the people who are in it, might be my favorite thing as a DM. It brings me such a level of joy to see a meme. Like, just based on like the story that I'm fighting through. It's so good.
Oh, that one's too big. I hate when pictures... This is like something that was actually said in our campaign. Do we need to fight something, break something, or save something? Yes.
I don't remember when this happened,
but it did happen.
Yeah.
Was that for Sam Hain and rescuing the women?
I don't know.
Maybe.
This one's great. Oh my god, why is it so big?
So many the complex rules of the faith. Baz wants to go home.
Because like the biggest thing with Baz that I said, like he's a fighter, he hates magic. Like, not hates magic per se. He, like, sees the fundamentals of it. He doesn't like that he can't control it physically. So, like, being in the Feywild was just a bad time for him.
It's a bad time for everyone.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Speaking of that, you should quickly jump ahead to the Summer Court memes. Y'all can explain it later, but... There's some infamous ones in there.
Oh god, like the play ones.
Yes.
This one's good too. Somebody did this.
Where I almost TPK'd the party over a play.
This goddamn party be like, I've gone 0 days without stopping an apocalypse.
I feel like this was no. This wasn't from the Feywild. This was from Wanderlaw. You skipped ahead with that one.
Okay, but like still, this one's great too.
Oh yeah, I made this. I was so happy with it.
This says, not a single one of those dumb kids has gotten hurt yet. Dumb kids, wait, those are my dumb kids.
There's so many times that like Amaka has just saved the party.
Yeah.
Being the healer, one of the strongest fighters. Just being like, I am here to fix so many problems.
Here's one. We're gonna go look for the Maka ones before you leave.
I don't remember the context behind this.
It could be anything.
Oh my god, this one! I was so proud of this one!
Oh, right!
This was like, we had this trap door that, like, we used for everything. And, like, Cove's like, oh, I keep forgetting you fucking have that trap door. And we came up with... you go ahead.
I need to quickly explain how it works. Alright, so chat, the way the trap door works is that when we broke up the slavery ring in the first campaign, we required a item off of the guy who was running it. which is a ring, which whenever you open a door with it, opens up a pocket space that you access through that door. So what we started doing was that we started carrying around just like the frame and just the frame of a trapdoor. Just the frame of a trapdoor so we could slap it down anywhere and then open it with the ring and access the pocket dimension space. And over all the arcs, we have used it in so many different ways. We've used it to jump people. We've used it as a safe refuge. We've used it as storage.
You used it as because you asked, I remember, you used it as an anti-scrying blocker.
Yeah.
Because you were like, is this on a different plane? I was like, I guess it is, yeah. And you were like, well, according to the scrying spell. And I was like, oh, shit.
This one's great. I remember this. It was Mother's Day. It was like the day before Mother's Day or something like that we were playing D&D. And Amaka's health went really down. And then I think it was me or it was me. I was just like, Cove, you can't kill off. You're not allowed to kill Amaka on Mother's Day. It's Mother's Day tomorrow. And you're like, oh, you're right. Okay. And you like laid off them a bit.
Which was that?
I forget. I don't know.
Remember.
Some of these I'm like, I don't remember, but they're great. I'm trying to find there's this one too.
Yeah.
If I had a nickel for each time we spontaneously ended up helping a metallic dragon, I would have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
Right, because that was, because Capramosa was the first one, and I think her name was Holly, is the second one?
Mm-hmm.
No, I think the second one was Alfonso Luca, but we didn't realize we were helping him until after the fact.
Ah, yes.
There's
I
this one
Alfonso
too.
Luca. I wish we could bring him back.
This made me laugh.
Yeah.
So in the Feywild, Baz grew, like what was it? It was like 4 inches or something, like or 2 feet or something. Like, it was like, no, I think it was like bigger than that. It was like significantly taller. And then Amaka was like the tallest before then, and then suddenly Baz was like the tallest, and it became a running joke that Amaka hated that she was shorter than Baz. It's like, I don't want to talk to you like, about that. It was like, I can help you, I'm taller, and you're like, shut up. Baz was just trying to be nice.
God.
I'm trying to see. Oh my god, I saw this. You guys remember this fucking thing? We were drawing on Roll20 while like Cove was trying to like explain like a serious plot, and we just started drawing this and we were like, what the fuck is happening?
Oh, Roll20.
And you're like, get out of here with that.
I'm sure it's still on some map somewhere.
Yeah, no, I saved it because like I was
My
like,
bad habit of not deleting maps.
Oh, Cove, you want to talk about this?
Alright, so as a DM, for those who have also done DMing, there is a thing that can happen where you kind of really get into a character, where you really kind of vibe with it to such a degree that you kind of like, it kind of starts taking over. These are really rare, and usually when they happen, they're pretty great. Like, I've had some villains that I've really been able to like get into and be genuinely scary. I've had some NPCs that I have really felt a connection to, that the party has like been able to feel that connection. And then there's the Sphinx. So, it was at a shop. I had a Sphinx as like a shopkeeper to like, as like, I thought it would be cool. It was this kind of Greek-inspired city. And I was like, this is kind of cool. Put a bunch of mythology together. Like a little, like a younger Sphinx, not like some ancient, powerful, just like a young Sphinx that had taken residence in this place. and I started doing a voice. And I couldn't stop. I couldn't stop doing the voice. The voice was so... It was like a Valley Girl Sphinx.
Yeah.
And I couldn't stop. And they kept interacting with the Sphinx.
Yeah, and then you're like...
I couldn't end the scene.
And then she was just like, the store is closed now. And we're like, no, it's not. We still need to talk to you. You're like, no, get out.
Yeah.
We were trying, and we're like, and then like the next session, it's like, okay, what do you guys want to do today? We want to go back to say hi to the Sphinx. No, you don't. I'm putting my foot down. You are not going. It's closed today.
Yeah. But no, assuming you're right, your voice does get stuck. Like
exactly.
Like years ago, like Cove was part of it. I ran a mini campaign where it's like all the villagers in the area where it took place, they all spoke with an Irish accent. And for like a month and a half afterwards, if I tried to do any kind of accent that was remotely close to that, it just became Irish again.
Yeah. This one's one for Ralva.
And then I think Ralva does have to go.
Yeah.
What time did you go?
This is the last one.
I do have to go. Like I've got a bit of extra time, but like I do need to get going. Jesus Christ.
There's this one where Amaka, you were at a wedding and you got the bouquet, and you said in your culture that when you catch the bouquet, you have to beat somebody with the flowers, and we were like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it was a cultural thing.
We're like, this is a new culture thing.
That's the thing I love about my D&D setting, is that when players say shit like that,
it becomes canon.
Yeah, it becomes canon. So now it's canon in the world of Celeste that some orcish tribes will throw out this like cactus flower that someone has to catch and then attack the people around them with.
Yes.
And this is how Ralva plays. Villains doing their dialogue at the beginning of the fight. Villains after Amaka describes every single detail about how they're going to rip them apart. Like, you go into massive detail. You're like, I will paint the walls with your entrail. Like, you go, like, hardcore, and then the villains are like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I do have a bad habit of that.
It's like, oh, dear.
It's not good. It's not good.
I'm looking at
Okay, all right.
Okay.
All right, on the revealing of my
your playstyle,
of my probably bad tendencies that I should probably talk to someone about. I need to go take my cat to the vet.
Okay, bye, Ralva. Thank you for joining us. We shouldn't be on for a little bit.
Yep. Bye. Chat, y'all behave now.
No, chat, don't behave.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to them.
Yeah, but it's okay.
All right, bye.
He is gone. Now we get to talk shit about him.
No.
I'm gonna move myself over, and we could put the memes in the middle now. Where am I? I love going through these
tonight, right?
Yes, we do. If it's not canceled, you're like, please don't cancel it.
It's been canceled too many times.
I know it has. Like, well, that's not anybody's fault. It's just like the way things happen sometimes, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's D&D.
Especially when it's like life. Life gets in the way sometimes as adults. We are doing well. We are going through memes.
Sorry, I'm going to be right back.
Yeah, all good. I'm gonna look up
I just need to get some water. I'm starting to lose my voice.
I know, it's been a lot of talking. How are you doing, chat? Sorry that we're not responding as much. It's like there's so much to get through. But like, if you guys have any questions, I am going to be streaming tomorrow. I'm going to be playing some Stardew because I wasn't able to play it today. So if you guys are able to talk, like you can even write down the questions if you're going to forget, like I would. I can answer some more over on that side. I just I don't want to take up too much of Cove's time. Like, I feel like she's doing this as a favor to me, but also because like we're a part of club mode. But yeah, like I could talk about D&D forever. I will say, like, I will get a little sappy here for your benefit. I am so grateful that I became friends with Cove. Not because of like all the friendship things that she's done for me, but like introducing me to this game has been so therapeutic for me in a way. Like I think it's like even before when I was younger, I used to have like these dreams as well as like writing like stories, but like I would have these dreams that I would like be on an adventure and I would wake up and I would be like so upset and I'd be like, oh, I just want to return back to the adventure. But now as a D&D player, I get to continue the adventure. And that's like the thing about like, it's such a weird thing. It's like you have memories as yourself as a person, and then you also have D&D memories as a character. Like I have characters as Baz, if that makes any sense. Katana, you had to be sacrificed. Don't worry about it. It was just in the main. Like we had to. But yeah, like we'll play Stardew tomorrow if you guys want to ask questions, or like even just general D&D questions. If you guys are interested in that kind of campaign, then we can talk about it. Like me and Cove can like maybe do like a Q&A on like D&D in general. I don't know how long it would be, but like we could do it while maybe she's doing art for characters for a one shot, because like she's probably going to want to do that. I never ask for art for my characters, but she does it anyway, because this was a redeem for my subathon in February, and now I'm like catching up. Like I've done the pinup. Now I've done this talking thing. I have to do the MS Paint one, which I'm going to try and figure out how to do, because like MS Paint doesn't like working with my OBS software. I'm going to try to do that maybe Sunday. I'm going to try to do one each week. Straight speaking it, but tell me, what was it like making a character for a campaign for the first time? Well, this was not my first time playing like a D&D. Like I've made characters before, but it's very nerve-wracking to make a character, because you obviously want people to like the character. And I've had characters before, but the campaign just hasn't been that long. Honestly, if you have a good DM, my best advice that I've given, like I've taught people some D&D as well. My best advice I've given has been to make a character that has like a question as part of their backstory. Like I made a character of a rogue with a criminal background, and I was like that he kind of like turned on some people, and he was kind of like he kind of got out of jail, and like he was on the run and everything. And what was it? I made it a question, and I made it like up to the DM whether or not they wanted to get into that, like if like those people that he betrayed would be coming after him or not. And the same thing goes for Baz, is that I made a question of like I asked Cove a little bit about her world and what Dragonborns were like, because my rule is like whenever I make a new character, I make a new character. Like I've never played a Dragonborn and I've never played a fighter. So that was my thing. I played a fighter before, but like not to this extent. And I was also very anxious about like doing a big campaign. That I was like, okay, I can do fighter. Fighter's easy. It gets complicated after time, but like it's nice to be like a heavy hitter for the party. But like my question was like they were saying like a lot of Dragonborn small towns have been attacked. For like specifically metallic Dragonborns have been attacked for their scales. And I'm like, okay, so I made it so his backstory was demolished by like he was the only survivor kind of thing. Like he was married, he had a wife, his wife unfortunately passed. Everybody he knew about passed. Like it was just a small village, and he lived with survivor's guilt for a really long time, and he kind of like trauma blocked out a lot of it until he became an adventurer. And he's like, okay, I wasn't able to save them, but like maybe I can like do some good while my life is still here, and like I guess like pay it forward a little bit. But he actively tried not to remember what happened because it was too painful to remember. But he left it open-ended for Cove as the DM to play with. I was just like, somebody attacked my village. I don't remember who it was, and I don't want to remember. So when Cove started doing my campaign, because we talked about like how we did like the Frozen Temple, and we did the Feywild, and then we did the Tyrant Shadow. Tyrant Shadow was Baz's backstory. Find out who attacked the village, and the most I can talk about this while Cove's away, because Cove has said I've talked about this with Cove before, but one of the most devastating things about Baz's interaction with Cove called them the Whore of Tiamat, because they were being used by Tiamat, and they liked being used by like this evil god for their purposes. So they were just like, yeah, I'm like, my body and spirit belongs to Tiamat, and she can use me as she wants. But the most devastating thing is that when Baz, this is kind of like a meme from it, but like when they ran into the Whore of Tiamat for the first time, Amaka, Lonnie, and Gabe were kind of like talking the Whore of Tiamat, but Baz was like completely frozen and just stopped dead, and like all those traumatic memories surface. And like I made it so that like psychologically, like he's like a very strong heavy hitter dragonborn, but seeing this guy who started nudging these memories and started like reliving them, he felt like a weak twig. Like he felt like nothing nothing in front of this enemy. And I keep saying the most devastating part. This is the most devastating part, when Baz was just frozen stiff and they were kind of like antagonizing him and everything like that. Baz finally spoke up and he's like, you're a monster, basically. Something along those lines. He said, you're a monster. You slaughtered my village. And he's like, which one? And Baz is like, what do you mean, which one? And he's like, oh, I don't remember that. Like, was it the one with the waterfall? And Baz is like, no, it's not. And he's like, oh, I don't remember you. And Cove quoted something else, but like it's literally, it was so devastating. And this is why I feel like Baz. And like I felt like teary-eyed, like choking up, because, and Cove explained, it's like, to you, this was your entire life.
Oops.
Hi.
Sorry.
But like I was just explaining, Cove, you can pitch in. I was talking about Baz, but like when like this was such a pinnacle life-altering event for Baz, and then Cove explained it to the Whore of Tiamat. This was just another Tuesday. He doesn't remember. And I was like,
Don't say it like that.
That's true. That's what you said.
I changed the words because Tuesday doesn't exist on this.
I know, but like that's the thing is
yes,
like
I used the Ben's not Benson.
Yeah.
I forgot his name. Someone in chat will say. I'm blanking on names as I always do. Yeah.
Yeah, you killed my father.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, but like I said how devastating it was that like Baz ran into like this guy who destroyed his life, destroyed his family, destroyed everything he grew up with, and he felt so fucking weak about it. And then this guy being like, I don't remember you. Was there a waterfall there? No, there was no waterfall. He's like, okay, I just don't remember that. And there was no, like, it was so damaging. Like, I was like, oh, like, this guy really, he's done so much evil. Why would I remember you? Destroying your village was simply a trifle, simply another day of life. Exactly. I was like, that was so diabolical. Yeah, I was just talking a little bit about that.
That was a character that I had a lot of fun playing.
Yeah.
Because it was like Skeletor if he was threatening.
Mm-hmm.
Like more threatening than he normally is. Like competent Skeletor was the concept for that villain.
And like I had such a great time because like with that arc, because like it basically quickly with that arc, as I told you guys, like lost his whole village and everything like that. He felt like he couldn't protect anybody. He got knocked out basically. And the nice thing, Cove is guys, I can't stress how Cove is such an amazing DM. And shush, you be quiet while I compliment you. Because I know you're gonna deny it. But like, I was like literally in the first part of the campaign, there was like a illusionist where like we had to like try and get tickets to like a dance or something like that. And so Baz is like, okay, I'll talk to the illusionist. And the illusionist is like, you need to defeat this unknown enemy and we can give you a ticket. Basically, and then Baz is like, okay, I'll do it. He did it, but the illusionist went too far deep into his mind that it awoke the memory of this Dragonborn with this Technicolor cloak, like this beautiful like cloak, and just grinning at him and like woke it. And then the illusionist is like, here, take the ticket. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. We went too deep. I'm so sorry. But like, and then like there was other instances just throughout the campaign, like little things like, oh, Baz had a really bad dream about this. And I was like, I didn't include that in my backstory. Like, Cove was diabolical with it.
Adding amnesia.
Yeah, no, it wasn't amnesia. It was like trauma focused, not wanting to remember. But like you added details like Baz woke up from a nightmare one time of like, and Cove added this is like, you remember like it was raining and there was soil and you were digging and digging. And I was like, Baz dug up all the graves of all the people he loved and cared about. And that's what he did before he left. He doesn't remember because that was such a traumatizing moment. And Cove added that in there. And I was like, what the fuck? That's so awful. And so there was like these little tricklets. New code
Get
word.
your tricklets.
Your tricklets.
Tasty tricklets.
But like you just kind of fed like these little morsels throughout, and it got me so more invested. And we're in an ad break. I'm sorry. Can I not like dismiss the ad break? I can't.
No,
God damn
that's
it.
that's
Tricklets, not
the
trinkets. Tricklets. We are coding that word. But yeah,
tasty tricklets.
But
I don't know what a tricklet is, but I want to eat one.
Yeah. Tricks are for kids, but tricklets are for adults. I don't know.
It's just alcoholic tricks.
Yeah. We need a shirt that says that. And people will be like, what the fuck does that mean? What are tricklets? It's like a really
Jack and Coke.
Yeah. I don't know. I think the ad's over. It doesn't say on my end if the ad's over or not.
Yeah.
Okay. But just quickly, Baz's plot line was that, which was so diabolical. So like, that there was
things are called diabolical.
There was
that
this.
Makes me happy.
There's this character, this basically a wish. You said it was. The promise, which was a Bahamut's promise. And the promise basically, there was so much strife against like Dragonborns. Like Dragonborns were used to fight people's wars and everything like that. So Bahamut wanted to protect the Dragonborn, so they made this promise who would seek out these people that would become like warriors and fighters and saviors, and like the chosen ones. And the promise made itself known to Baz and said, no, you survived, but you were not the promised one. And Baz is like, what do you mean? Because like the reason that the Horde Tiamat was slaughtering all these villages is because basically, like, if you think of Avatar: The Last Airbender, I'm going to get rid of all the airbenders before they grow up to be a threat. That's what he was doing. He's like, I'm going to slaughter all these dragon-born villages so that the promise doesn't pick one and they become a threat to me. And then he seeing Baz and everything, everybody thinks, oh, Baz is the one that he missed. He's Aang, basically. Not the case, as Cove says, which is so heartbreaking. So the promised one ended up being Baz's wife, Kava. And she died because the promise saw her, recognized her, and ultimately just didn't want to do it. Didn't want to raise another warrior that would end up dying for a cause, and actively chose not to. And when Baz and the Promise had this like private meeting in the mind, Baz is like, that wasn't your choice to make. Like, even though he would have lost his wife, he's just like, you're letting so many other Dragonborns die because you chose not to act. And then the Promise is like, well, now I have the option. I can give you my power to try, but like, you are not guaranteed to win like Kava was. Kava was the chosen one, so like, she was guaranteed to win. But I can give you what I have left, and you can try to defeat the Horror Tiamat and Tiamat herself. And then Baz kind of like looked at him, which was a great moment where it was like, I don't have a choice. I have to do this. Like, you said that was a choice for you. It wasn't, but I don't have a choice with this. Like, if I'm not going to do it, nobody's going to do it. That's not a choice. And so he took that, and it's just so funny throughout the whole campaign, everybody thinking he's the chosen one, and he's like, but I'm not. I'm just a stand-in. My wife was, and she's done. Like, she's dead. And not having this guarantee of winning. But that quickly that ended with we were fighting basically a half-formed Tiamat, and the Horror Tiamat was laughing and saying how it doesn't matter, like, there's going to be a next guy, like, and like they'll be like the new Horror Tiamat, and like this cycle is just going to keep repeating as long as like the Promise is around, as long as like I'm still around, like things are going to keep repeating. And the Promise kind of made a form of a blade throughout this, and the Baz looked down at the blade and he's like, I'm going to break it. And that's kind of how he broke the cycle. Then the Horror Tiamat like freaked out. And Baz slayed him, but like he had to break this really big promise weapon, this really divine weapon, and break the cycle in order to stop this like tyranny against like Dragonborns. I think I summarized it right.
Yeah, pretty much.
But yeah, the Horror of Tiamat. So like
your scene with the Promise was a genuinely
my god, yeah,
like I got really hard.
I got really into that.
Yeah.
And then there was like a really like I made Cove cry, y'all. I don't care. I made Cove cry. There was an ending scene where Baz went to go back to the gravesite, and he had this big speech with where his wife was laid, and said, I am so sorry I was a coward and not visiting. I just wanted to forget this happened. And he's like, I met like a really nice guy, which was Vo. And he's like, we're going to get married, and I hope you can be happy for me. And then he took off the necklace that he's been wearing this entire time that Kava gave him, and like kind of buried it with her to kind of just like put the past in the past and move forward. And then Cove did like sit through tears, was just like, you feel like this weight on your shoulder, like somebody like encouraging you to go forward. And it's like this warm, and you can like smell like Kava, or like, you know that it was her kind of giving you her blessing. But yeah, like it was called the Horror Tiamat specifically because he's like, my body and my spirit are for the Tiamat to use. Like he was like a vessel for her. So he bragged about that.
Yes, he was a character that was based on an older campaign that was supposed to be run that never was. So I got to reuse him. But he was a dark character. I wanted to write like a genuine zealot, and I was like,
Cove messaged me. I don't know if you remember this. You messaged me. You're like, thank you so much for making a Dragonborn, and thank you for making this backstory, because I had no clue. And she was like, I'm so excited because I've wanted to do this. I had no idea.
The Horror was a really cool character. Am I cutting out?
No, I'm cutting out. My voice keeps getting squeaky.
That was like, the Horror was a very fun character. But like, he was genuinely like he wasn't as bad as like Eros, who was like, I think the worst character that I've played. But like, he was like,
well, Eros
was backstory.
Eros was aware of everything going on. It was just like, I feel like Eros was diabolical as well, but like the horror Tiamat was so personally impersonal, if that makes any sense. Like he, like I said, like when he just didn't know, he was like, oh no, I've killed so many, like it doesn't matter, like I've destroyed so many villages, it doesn't matter. I don't want to say that. Fine, I am cute. You fucking happy now? I gotta get rid of that redeem. It's so dumb. But yeah, it's like, yeah, it's a bit of a biblical reference, the whore or the harlot. Yeah, sure. Shut up, Kitzel. But yeah, like him not remembering was so, I was saying like how tied I am to Baz, like emotionally, and like I grew up with Baz. Like Baz and I both came out of the closet. We both kind of like got a little bit more confident and a backbone. Like there's a lot of things that tied me to Baz. Like of course there's lots of differences, but like if somebody saying that would be like me going through it. I've been through some terrible circumstances and stuff like that. Won't get into it, but like if somebody said, oh, I don't remember that happening, but they are the perpetrator, I'm like, what the like I would feel crazy inside. And that's how I felt as Baz. I felt crazy inside. I was like, what the fuck? But like, let's get into
it wasn't even on the horror's radar.
This was funny though. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I thought like one of the things about that campaign, and my goodness, we needed talking about this like this. I really want to do D&D on stream now.
Okay, well we're going to do it. I just have to figure out how to set it up, and we have to figure out whether you want to be a DM or you want to be a player. Or we can do both. We can swap. We can do one shot where I'm the DM, one shot you're the DM.
But the whole thing with that campaign was that the idea was because for most of my campaigns and for all of this campaign, it was the players showing up as the villain began their plan. The villain was like, I will take over the sea. I will rule the Feywild. You were arriving as they were mid-plan. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to write a campaign where you guys arrived when the plan was done. Mm-hmm. Which was, like, it's why the whore was so confident. And, like, I wrote him as a character who was like, I've won. All of this is just background. All of this is just, what's the word? All of this is just set dressing to my already victory.
Yeah, like the play is set. All the actors are hired. Everything's done. We're just opening now, kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Like he was like, "This is done. I don't care. You guys can make fun of me or call my name stupid. I don't care. I've won." Which really took a lot of power away from you guys because, like, most villains, you guys were able to derail with like a well-placed insult or a cutting remark. Mm-hmm. But the whore was very unflappable, which was very cool to play.
Okay, I have to say I am cute again. I am cute. Fuck off. But like, I have to do an RR. Shut up, guys. Also, Johnny, thank you so much for this drink streak. Harada.
You're getting so much better.
Ugh. But like one of the things that we can say that was very funny is that Lonnie came from like a
sex cult.
Yeah, a cult. It was like a cult, but like they had stump mates. It was a whole thing, like a sex cult basically. And she's like, oh yeah, no, we have stump mates, but we also have like orgies after dinner. Like it was just like a lot. And a lot of things, like she would go up to like some random villains and be like, it just sounds like you've never had an orgasm before. And like we were like, what the fuck? You can't just say that. It would derail the whole conversation. But for this one, it was so good. This is the meme. Have you ever had sex and the whore's like, yes, I'm called the whore of Tiamat. And Lonnie's like, I have no ground to step on now. Mythroll, thank you for your first time chat. Flash forward 100 sessions later with the villain being like, how did you stoop my master plans, players? You didn't account for how stubborn and plain stupid we can be. You can't predict stupid. Yeah, fair. Is it a good? It was a good and bad sex cult, honestly. Like, it was good because like everybody's kind of peaceful and shares partners and whatnot, and like everybody. But like then you find out that Lonnie's cult is basically just a dragon who is disguised as like an elf, like leader, and he's just like, this is my horde.
Yeah, he was a moonstone dragon who had turned a bunch of these horny elves into a freaking horde.
Yeah,
and he's just essentially playing elfin genetics as its 1,000-year-old game.
Speaking of Lonnie, Lonnie's got just such interesting, weird backstory. Like, there's this one too, where Lonnie try not to commit a hate crime against a random gator person. She just put like as her as initiation almost that you had to go and what was it, like smack a gator or something?
Well, you have to slap a minotaur and wrestle a gator.
Yeah. She was just very interesting. The thing that was so great with Lonnie as a character, like she was a wild magic character, so everything went wrong. It's like, oh, we're about to fight these giants and stuff like that, and it's like my wild magic went off. I am now blue, and we're like, what the fuck? Like, or sometimes it worked in our favor, and it was just like the weirdest thing.
Oh yeah, no, like some of them were like so beyond perfect. It kind of felt like the dice have a story to tell. That's one of our mottos. And like some of the wild magic surges were so perfect that you're like, this is like chef's kiss. Like I couldn't have wrote this better. Some of them have been so bad that they have almost led to multiple kills.
Yeah. Here's this is funny. I thought this was funny because like Bo proposed to Baz. Baz says yes. We'll get married when things calm down. When things calm down. Because nothing ever calms down with the chain breakers. It's just like, and like even at their wedding, Cove interrupted the wedding with like devils intervening the wedding. So
I do not apologize for good
storytelling. Yeah, well, it's just it's kind of rude, but you know. Here you go. Here's another one. Like this is all you, Cove. Baz having trauma. He wants to bury DM's plans. I made most of these memes, but oh my god, this one. You want to explain this?
Parts are full of pee.
This was so unhinged, this part.
Okay, so there was a random event on one of my travel tables where the party would be attacked at night by this very powerful Yanti. And so it kind of appears before them, and like the two people on watch kind of pull their weapons out, and it's Gabe and Lonnie. And this thing starts to talk, and Lonnie, of course, starts to talk back. And this creature was kind of based on the doctor from BioShock. So it's this monster that's like, I'm going to take you apart and make you better. I'm going to turn you into a proper Yanti. I'm going to cut you apart. And it was very spooky. And so Lonnie, panicking, because there were just two of them versus this thing, went, you can't cut open Gabe. He's full of bees.
And the Yanti was like, huh? ASMRs are full of bees?
And it was like, that's not what. And they just kept, and then they rolled a natural 20 on the check, and it was like, yeah, it's an ASMR. They're magical. They're full of bees.
And we just kept saying it over. It's like, oh, you can't do that. They're full of bees.
And they kept rolling so high, so this monster got so confused because I got so confused. It's like, how do you respond to that? In the end, it leaps at them, but it gave them enough time for Gabe to cast plane shift demi-plane beneath this person and just drop him into a different dimension. You guys eventually released him on someone, didn't you? Like,
yeah.
You reopened the plane and just had this monster come out.
Yeah.
But what was the fight?
I don't remember.
What was the fight where you
I have no
let
clue.
it out?
This is the one that you referenced earlier. Like, Chance was Lonnie's boo. They're now married. And Chance was, what was he, a level 16 paladin?
Yeah, level 16 paladin, munchkined to hell.
And he just kept rolling so bad. Like, that once and everything. And, like, oh my god, it was so bad.
It was a tragedy.
I don't know if I have that picture. There was such a great meme. I don't know if I have that. Maybe I forgot it.
How could you? Which meme?
Here's the many faces of Amaka. I thought this was funny though. You guys can look at that while I look at this. It was the grave one.
Which grave one?
Like the 10-minute adventure one. That Lonnie thought was so good.
That one wasn't a meme, that was a GIF. It was just the scene from Rick and Morty. Like,
no, it wasn't that one.
Adventure.
It wasn't that one.
Oh?
It was something else. Oh my god. I can't find it. Anyway, it's a good meme. It's just like, oh, it's a 10-minute adventure. And like, it did not, like, Lonnie almost died in it. Like, we were like, oh, it's a quick 10-minute adventure. No. It was so bad. Oh, here it is. This one. This is Lonnie's favorite one. Like, she's like, how dare you do that to me? Again, I am a troll when it comes to memes. I think I'm just like, I don't know. I just
what you got against
bad time.
Katana's mom is apparently a gator person. We're getting
Katana
fun. Lore.
Uh-oh. This was against you. You guys need to stop adopting all the NPCs, but they need us. They're so cute. Maybe stop making adorable, adoptable NPCs. Because, like, every time you were just like, hey, there's this NPC. We're like, we're taking them with us. And you're like, wait, why? We're like, they're part of us. And, like, our crew just kept steadily getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, there was a fight. It was one of the, which was the fight? It was the, no, because we didn't do it for the wedding. Because the wedding, I made the NPCs just have scripted actions. But there was a fight, and it was, which one was it? But it had like 16 people involved. It was a nightmare. Because it was like the whole crew versus, I think it was like some Hagens or something. It was like a sea monster or something. And it was early on, and I was like, I'm never doing that again.
This one's great because, like, this is one of Lonnie's favorite ones too, because, like, there was a line that, so Chance is like a pirate lord, but he has this guy named Kiwi who does all his paperwork, because, like, he's like what?
The Lord of Coin.
The Lord of Coin. So, like, Kiwi always gets stressed out about all this money that he spends all the time and everything like that. And you made this line that Kiwi said, it's like, went up to Lonnie and just said, is Chance a game to you? And then I made this meme. I just thought it was funny. Looked up all the Chance games. Because it literally is a game. Like, I was like, what the fuck? Oh my god.
It's almost 5. I need to eat.
Yeah, no, I think we're gonna finish off. Like, I think there's just one more, like this one, but I think I could summarize it with, like, this was a fun, awkward moment. This is one more before. Oh my god, it's big. This was when Baz came back from the Feywild, and this is what he said. Like, he went up to Vo, because, like, I told you guys, he's awkward, and he's just like, you grew out your hair, and then Vo's just like, you got taller. And everybody in the crew's just like, fucking what? Like, what do you mean?
That was their big reunion.
There's one meme that we have to go through, or you're gonna be like, we have to explain the play one.
Huh?
You know, remember when we were in the spring court or the summer court?
Oh yes, the play.
The play. You want to explain the play?
All right. So, part of the Feywild was that it was kind of, I wanted to have a bunch of fairy tales come to life in different stories. One of them was one of them was Puck from A Midsummer's Night Dream. I thought it'd be very fun if Puck was like a playwright, kind of like Puck is secretly Shakespeare, kind of. Ooh, isn't that kind of fun? Like a little D&D story. So the point was, if they got to Puck, they needed an item from Puck. And so Puck was like, all right, if you take part in this play, I will give you this item. And the players are like, all right, we can do this. And there had been a running joke that one of the crew members, their name was Nimbus, essentially kept writing fan fiction where they were the main character of the story. So like they would have stories about like, well, when we went to like the crabs and the dwarves, and I single-handedly stopped the fighting. Like silly stuff like that. And so during one of the Christmas events, everyone was getting gifts from the NPCs. And one of the gifts they got from Nimbus was a full play involving their adventures, written from the perspective of Captain Nimbus, who was And so, well, they came to the theater, and they were said, well, put on this play. And they're like, what play? And because they hadn't taken this out of taken it out of their inventories, they were forced to play Captain Nimbus's play.
The play. Let's go in and out 20-minute adventure 3 acts later.
And so essentially it was kind of like the play was supposed to be a very fun kind of boss run where they fight the bosses that they fought in the past, but like at their new level and one after the other. Well, also they would take damage or would get disadvantage if they broke the roll. It was a very complex fight, but it ended tragically. After a lot of bad rolls, the party was nearly killed by this Fey play.
Yeah.
They never forgave Nimbus. Like, they actively have bullied Nimbus ever since.
And this happened. So there were
built a boss rush for D&D. I did build a boss rush in D&D. It was supposed to be fun.
So originally for this play, Baz was supposed to play this character, but like who had a bunch of lines, but like Amaka and him ended up switching roles because in character, Baz would be like, I can't do this. I'm not good at plays. But in my mind, I'm like, I want to be a part of this. So I was like, oh, I really want to do this, but I can't. So Cove.
Good night, Katana.
Bye, Katana. We're finishing up anyway. But Cove was just like, okay, so Baz has 4 lines. I'm like, okay. And I made up the 4 lines. But malicious compliant me was like, I just kept repeating the 4 lines over and over again. And to the point that Cove's like, Celty, you have 4 lines. And I'm like, I have 4 lines. I am using the 4 lines. And they were just out of turn. So these were the 4 lines that I just over and over again. Because I was like, my swords from Nimbus. He did not get his swords from Nimbus. But this was because Nimbus catered the play, so he was the hero, right? And there was, I'm here for my wedding. Just like Nimbus taught me. And I am also here. And I just kept recycling them. So they're like, okay, the next act, you were up against so I used these, they made sense at the beginning, but then Baz would freeze up on stage and they're like, Baz, what should we do? We have to go fight the crabs or something like that. And he's like, just like Nimbus taught me. And you're like, that doesn't make any sense. And I'm like, that's one of his lines. I'm using it. Or, like another part, it's just like, okay, you are about to, talk to Lonnie about like some things that are going on. And I'd be like, and I am also here. So he would say all these lines and they just didn't match up and people were dying because I kept doing this over and over again. And I was like, I'm committing to the bit.
A bit that almost got everyone killed.
It was so good though. They're like, this doesn't make any sense. And then like the crowd that was watching is like, that doesn't make any sense. But eventually the crowd's like, he said the thing. He said one of the lines. And it's like, oh my God. Anyway, it's 5:00. I'm gonna let Cove go and rest, and I can wrap up a little bit. You can be free now. Ralva was free, and now you can be free.
I gotta eat dinner.
You gotta eat dinner, then you have to be the DM, but I can talk with them a little bit more. But everybody say hi, bye to Cove.
But this has really, I don't even say bye yet, but
yeah,
this is really, I really lit a fire under my bum about like getting a D&D campaign going on stream. I think it would be really fun.
Even if it's a one shot or like 4 sessions or something like that. Like things like that. Like that's what I was going to do for my D&D one shot. Like I'm like, it's probably not going to be a one shot realistically. It's probably going to be like 3 or 4 sessions.
We have proven ourselves incapable of playing one shots.
Yeah, because like we get distracted. Like I tried to do a one shot with them and they spent 3 hours trying to avoid going into a door.
It's because we knew what was on the other side.
I know, but like 3 hours? Really?
We
3
wanted
hours?
to find an alternative. We wanted to speak to the manager.
Oh my God. Dismiss the brakes. Okay. We'll let you go though.
Hey.
Bye, everybody say goodbye to Cove. Bye-bye.
See you Thursday. I still have to write my stream schedule because I'm the worst.
Wait, what time are you streaming at? Because I'm streaming tomorrow probably too.
I said Thursday.
Yeah, tomorrow's...
Wait, today's Wednesday.
Tomorrow's Thursday, girl.
Time.
Well, I'm going to be streaming Stardew
I usually stream in the afternoon.
I was probably
going to... usually start around like 4 to 9.
Okay, well, we might be streaming around the same time, but you guys go support Cove more than me. I'm just going to be dicking around with Stardew. I just want to play Stardew because I couldn't do it today. I had to do this. I know!
No, that's fair.
I'm letting her go, Net Guy. Shut up. Okay, bye!
Bye! Here's the button.
Where's the button?
Did I? No, I'm still
Nope,
here.
you're still here.
I'm still here.
Maybe just press hang up. There you go, girl. Oh my God. That girl. Sometimes. I'm going to move over here. Here I am. There she is. There's me. There was a couple things that I was like, okay, like, I don't know if there's any other memes I should go through, but like, oh, there's so many other stories. God, we didn't even get to. There's so many. Like, it's hard to like compile all the funny stories in like one stream. But I think like I can share them next time. I don't know if there's gonna be a next time with this. This was a lot. Like, you guys see how much effort I put into this? Like, I did all the backgrounds. Like, I did that one. And then there's this one for the first one. And then there's this. This is the first one. But, like, yeah. I'm so glad that we got to do this. This was another thing I got to check off from... Is the effort here with us now? Shut the fuck up, Faith. But I hope you guys really enjoyed that. It was really funny. Like, I know that like a lot of them are like kind of like inside jokes, so we tried to explain them. But this was a redeem, so really wanted to like make it special and make it so it was clear like who we were talking with that. Like I tried to make the labels and everything. What 2 things? What do you want? My voice is cutting out. I don't know if you guys heard that my voice is like cutting out. I do have D&D tonight. That's why I let Cove go, so that she can rest and like do the D&D shit that she needs to do. But yeah, like there's so many things that I could have like referred to. I don't know if there's anything. I'm just quickly scrolling. I'm hoping that we can get like I think that Ralva, Cove, and then I don't know if we can get Lonnie on stream for this because she's a really, I don't think we're going to be able to get Gabe because Gabe unfortunately works graveyard. Nothing like squeaking clips. I know you did that too, but like I know I just want to make sure that I'm like covering everything. I wanted to make sure this, I was so nervous about the stream, y'all. I just really wanted to make it special for you guys. I don't know if it was that entertaining, but had a fun time doing it, reminiscing, and I'm just seeing. I will tell this story. This is kind of funny. This is something that I tell other people. So like we can talk about this one. This one was kind of, this is kind of a short story, but it was right when the Feywild happened. But when we got into when we were in the Frozen Temple and we got transported into the Feywild, there was this point that like I was fighting these corrupted characters over and over again. And like I could see that my corruption level was going up. And I was like, what the fuck's going on? This is the meme though, but like, I made this. And I will explain this. So we, so I was getting corrupted and I was like, I don't know what this means. And then, Cove was being very, stingy about it and be like, I'm not telling you shit. And like, fair enough. We got into the Feywild and we were sneaking into this forest and we could see that there was something bad happening to another Fey. And we were like, oh, should we intervene? And we were like, maybe we should just move along. Like we were trying to decide, but we were like sneaking up on the enemy, right? To see what was going on. And during the sneaking process, I rolled a nat 1. What I didn't realize is that Cove was waiting for this moment. Since the corruption, she was waiting for me to roll nat 1 and something. So the corruption took hold. And there was this little black squiggly thing in my eye that showed this corruption. They were like, we're going to go to Whispers. So they took me to the side. They're like, this is what's going to happen. You got to attack your friends. I'm like, you say what now? And they're like, you have to attack your friends. And with everything you have. I know you have Second Wind. I know you have Action Surge. You got to do it. I'm like, okay then. Because I was being possessed basically by this corruption. So mind you, we're sneaking in the forest. We're trying to be quiet. I come out of the whisper and I stand up. And they're like, what the fuck are you doing? I stand up and I attack Lonnie. And I do Action Surge. I almost took her down. I did about like 60 points of damage in one round. And then I attacked the next person. And I attacked another person. And then of course the enemy started attacking us. So eventually I finally got this thing out of my eye. But it was the funniest moment where I was just like, I attack Lonnie. And she's like, you say what? What are you attacking me for? I'm like, an Action Surge. And I was just going ham. It was another time that's kind of recommends to Baz. It's like, he got corrupted again. He got a sword. And the sword was that, the corruption of the sword was like that. It was like a sanitization thing. It was like, I need to be clean for my next kill. I need to be pristine. So like Baz kept having to stay up at night to clean this sword. And this was just during like Baz having like a little bit of a traumatic episode. So people thought that, like my group thought that I was being so character driven that I was screwing up on the party, because when you stay up all night, you take a point of exhaustion. But I didn't have a choice. I had to keep cleaning this god's forsaken sword. I had to keep cleaning it. And they're like, Celty, you need to rest. I'm like, I will. I need to clean this. And they're like, no, you don't. And they actually low-key started getting mad at me as a player, because when you have a player who purposely impedes on the party, it happens sometimes. It sucks. I was not doing that, and I couldn't do shit. And then finally, somebody rolled a perception check, and they're like, that's not the sword that Baz usually uses. And they found out that they're like, oh my god, we thought you were just being a shitty player. I'm like, no, it was literally, I was being possessed by this sword. And yeah, that's what happened. It was funny. Like, and it just keeps happening where Baz like has to keep like, he can't fight back because he's had such a bad wisdom modifier and such bad wisdom rolls. So there was another time in the Feywild again where we got dragged into this storybook by by Tiri. Tiri was a Fey, and Tiri wanted friends. So Tiri would put us or anybody into these stories, and she would be like, I'm going to be the best friend role, and somebody could be this role and whatnot. It was a really cool thing on Cove's part. So next session, we got given, like, this is your character. You need to act as this character. I'm like, well, what happened to Baz? And they're like, don't worry about it. I'm like, okay. So I got handed these instructions from Cove, and it said something like, you are a 12-year-old kid. You are a detective, and the police really hate that you are really good at being a detective, and you kind of show them up sometimes. And the story was that, like, I watched my dad get poisoned at the dinner table, and me and Tiri, my best friend, were going to solve the case. But we were kids, so they're like, please don't do that. And I'm like, nope, fuck it, we're doing it. Cove did not say how I was supposed to act as a kid. And my name was Angus at the time, by the way. And I ended up being a little shit disturber. So Amaka got turned into the teacher. Lonnie got turned into the constable, and then Gabe was like one of the attendees at dinner. And I think Gabe ended up being like the murderer or something like that in the story. But again, it was just the storybook that we got inserted into. And Lonnie was the only one who was aware that she's like, this is a story, because she was part of like Fae magic and everything. And she's like, this is part of the story. I just got to go find my friends and convince them that they're not these characters. So that's what her mission was. And my mission was to be a little shit disturber detective. So like she came in as the constable, and Baz went up to her as the child. And she's like, you need to stay out of this. And I was like, fuck you, I'm really good at my job, basically. And she's like, here, listen here, you little shit. You need to stay out of my way. Did not know it was Baz yet, but like needed to figure out who was who. And then there was a time when like Angus like wanted to get away from the teacher, labeled as Amaka. I ended up kicking her in the shins and running away. I was just a nightmare. And now like it's a running joke. They're like, Angus was awful and he should never come back. I'm like, I'm gonna make a character named Angus, and he's gonna be the adult version of this shit disturber. And they're like, no, don't do it, Celty. And it was like our sessions go from like 7 till 11 basically. We stayed up till 1:30 in the morning trying to finish this fucking arc thing, like this little storyline, because everybody found out who they were. And we're like, oh, I'm actually Amaka. I'm not a teacher. Oh, I'm Gabe. Right. Oh, like Lonnie already knew that she was not the constable. Baz has a really bad wisdom. Had to keep rolling over and over and over again to try and beat this. And they were just like, you are Baz. You are a Dragonborn. You are a Dragonborn. And I kept saying, I'm not a Dragonborn. I'm a 12-year-old child and my dad just died. And they're like, no, you are a Dragonborn. Like, you are not a 12-year-old kid. He's like, Yes, I am. And then Thierry was trying to convince me otherwise, that like, no, you're my best friend. We grew up together. And he's like, see, I'm a 12-year-old kid. And it took hours for me. They kept saying, can I convince Baz this way? Can I convince Baz this way? And then I just kept rolling really shittily, even with advantage, even like it was so bad. And that just keeps happening to Baz. And it's so funny. It's so funny. I'm just trying to think. I think that's it for like the main stories. There was one that was like another one with Cove where we were supposed to we defeated one of her fun fights because there was a candle in like there was these candles around this place that we had to snuff them out in order to defeat the place. I forget what it was. It was so long ago. So we found a couple of candles. There was one candle in one room where me and Gabe went into the room. There was a bunch of mirrors. And it was so funny because like our doubles came out of the mirrors and we were going to have to fight them. But Gabe just quickly like cast Banish, and we both looked at each other. We're like, we're not telling anybody that happened. We still haven't told anybody that happened because they told us not to go into that room, and me and Gabe didn't listen, and we went into that room. But there was one place that like in like there was a hole in the floor that led down to another dark room, and we could see a candle down there. And we knew Cove wanted us to go down there. But we obviously did not want to go down there. We're like, there's something down there. We don't know what it is. So Gabe was just like, can I put out the candle from up here? And they're like, well, how are you going to do that? We were like, oh, do we have water? Do we have anything? And they're like, well, and then we tried to like drop things down there. But apparently like this place, like if you drop things down there, it turned into like waste. So, it was just like anything we dropped there that's just crumpled or, deteriorated. And we're like, okay, we can't do that. And then Gabe, with their bright idea, was like, do you know what's technically waste? Urine. And then they looked at Cove and they're like, can I roll to piss on the candle? And Cove just sat there and was like, you may roll to piss. And they're like, roll to piss. We're like, what the fuck is happening? It was so bad. I'm trying to find the meme for it. There's one. So Gabe missed. And I was the only one other than Gabe that could do it. So I had to roll. So I rolled the piss and we blew out the candle snuffed out the candle. And then Cove was just like, the fuck did you do? Oh my God. Like I had such a cool fight. And then, what was it? Lonnie had this tool that could communicate with our friends that were not in the Feywild to tell them that we were safe. But she kept using it to tell everybody how great the drugs were in the Feywild. But also, like, she just, instead of saying, like, hi, are you guys safe? Like, we're safe and everything like that, she just kept giving, like, these random really bad messages, as Lonnie does. And then they were like, oh, thank God we get to hear from them. They're saying something. And then Lonnie would just be like, hey, Vo, Baz has a really strong stream. You want to hear about your lover being safe? Just so you know, he has a strong stream. No context, nothing. For fuck's sake. It was so dumb. But we got out of a fight that way. It was great. It was fantastic. But yeah, like, this was the NPCs. Like, they're waiting for a message to come through, and then Lonnie just gives, like, a fucking stupid fucking message. Yeah. Just trying to see if there's anything else. I think that's it. There's so many more memes, don't get me wrong, but, like, I can't cover them all, and I think my voice is running out. I'm gonna give this one as whenever he tries to make sense of Lonnie's logic. Again, I'm trying to cover 7 years in, now it's a 4.5 hour stream. But I guess we'll end at 5:30. That makes sense to do that. End at a certain time. There was also this thing in the Feywild where Baz, they met Father Christmas. And Baz is like, Lonnie keeps telling me not to trust the Fae, and now she's telling me to trust this Fae. But he's Santa, but Baz does not trust Santa, so that's canon now. Yeah, no, like there's like 300 memes, guys. That's why. Like, that's why I can't go through all of them. Like, also, it's just like I met like this really great group, and they're fantastic with like just funny moments and stupid things. Like, you have like a whole person that you have memories from besides your own. This is something that kept happening. Oh my god. So Gabe had this jacket, this cloak with her new paladin, and in order to like, I think it was like a cloak where it's just like they gain more power the more people like quote join the circus, which is like their cloak was kind of like tailored as like a circus one, like as you can see in the corner where Gabe is. But like they said it in such a creepy way where it was just like, would you like to join my circus? That we never did. We never wanted to. I think Amaka had to do it at one point, and we were like teasing her. We're like, we can't believe you joined the circus. Like, absolutely. Like, I'd rather die than do that. This is what I talked about, like everybody wanting Baz and Vo to get along, and like finally having the confession, which was very cute. It's like, oh, I like you. No, I like you. Like they had to like basically be walked into it because kept having missed signals, very missed signals. Here's Amaka in the circus. Yeah, there were some red caps that joined the circus. It was great. Terrifying red caps. And they just stayed in the pocket dimension, which was the cloak. The play was a huge one. Oh my god, everybody, like, there's so many memes about the play that I didn't go through, but I'm not gonna go through all of them. Does my voice sound really bad right now? But yeah, we're still not done this campaign. We're still going through Gabe's one, and it's getting kind of like insane. Oh, this one's a funny one. So we were in the summer court, and the summer court, they kept trying to kick us out, basically. And I don't know what happened. I think it was just one comment that Cove made. And it was just a running joke from that point. It was just like, do you want... So, like, we need to get these guys out of here. And then they're like, well, where are the stairs? It's like, oh, the stairs aren't fixed. That was like it. But like whenever we wanted to like talk about anything, they're like, oh, the stairs are still being fixed. Why haven't the stairs been like been fixed yet. And like it just kept. Also, so much for one story. I'm wrapping up. I am wrapping up. I said I'd go till 5:30. But yeah, like constantly, like we just kept referring to like, well, are the stairs fixed? Where's the guy who's supposed to fix the stairs? I think that's it for like there's so many. I'm just trying to pick the better ones. There's the circus stuff. You will get to join my circus. You get to join my circus. Yeah, exactly. Like they were like, hey, who are you? And he's like, oh, I fixed the stairs. Why are you not fixing the stairs? Oh, I needed to take a break. For how long? There's the one about like Nimbus and his play. We got mad at him because of this. Anyway, I guess I'll do my outro. I don't really have an outro, but like you guys know that I don't have outros. But let me take a drink of something first. Hi, Quest. Quest is just laying in the sun right now. And then I gotta eat something. I did eat breakfast, but I need to eat something like lunch or dinner. Brinner. No, Linner. Outro. You guys want to be released? There's no stairs, though. Okay. Thank you so much for everybody joining this stream. I really appreciate you guys being here. I'm glad that I was finally able to do this. I guess there was a couple weeks I was like, I kept trying to do it, but I didn't know how to because it's so hard to compile everything, especially like explaining things when you guys have not been a part of it. There's a lot of inside jokes, like I said, as well as like trying to keep on point with a plot, but trying to explain stories. So I'm hoping that you guys had a good time and you guys got to enjoy it. I hope that we made you laugh. Laughter? I'm like running out of things. What the fuck? I can't speak anymore. Goblin dragon tired. Quest, what are you doing? What is that? Oh, it's your toy. Okay. Speaking of dragons, I got him a dragon toy. It was like from Walmart. It was like How to Train Your Dragon. It was like one of those crockles, and he loves it. So I'm happy. Quest's quest is to defeat the dragon. Celty's spending all her word energy. Aw, I'm so glad that you enjoyed it. Like I just wanted this to be like enjoyable for you guys. I know that it was a redeem and people were excited about it, but I also like just like I still wanted it to be good. I didn't want it to be a failure or anything on your part. Let's figure out who we're gonna raid. But who's online right now? Oh, Rye's online. Rye's never online when I'm online. We're gonna say hi to Rye. But you can just say, hey, we talked about D&D stories. I would love to play D&D with Rye. Oh my god, that would be so fun. Yeah, if you guys enjoyed this, I will be streaming tomorrow sometime. So will Cove. I feel bad overlapping with Cove. Mine will be just like a really stupid stream. Like I'll just be playing Stardew for a little bit. I gotta get some cleaning done tomorrow too. But if you want to join me, you want to join me. I really need an outro. I don't have anything. You guys are a bunch of losers. Is that a good outro? I don't know. But yeah. I'll say thank you again. Thank you. Thank you. I'll write something. I'll have to write something. Have a little sticky note on my screen of how D&D talk raid. Thank you for being here. You guys have a great stream over with Rye. I have to play D&D tonight and hope I don't die. Which, if I died, then I'm just done. Are we your favorite losers? I plead the fifth. You guys don't get an answer from me. Yeah, I don't know what they're playing. They're playing Vampire Crawlers. But you guys have a great time over there. If you guys have any other questions about D&D, do not hesitate to ask me in the Discord server. I am happy to talk about. Cove is happy to talk about it. If you guys want to hear more about Baz, if you guys want more art of our D&D characters, I really want to get art done of Baz and Vo, Lonnie with her, Soren and Chance, Amaka with Noelle. Gabe was with Silence for a bit, but I think they're broken up now. But the stairs are broken. That's a great raid one. Bye everybody. Have a good raid. Bye-bye.